Welcome to Light Novel Audiobook, Chapter 31. Although Orochimaru followed Kanna's orders and returned to Akatsuki to help. But before leaving, he gave an order to Kabuto Yakushi, that is, to become a tomb raider and dig the graves of those strong men in the ninja world. Kabuto Yakushi's actions successfully attracted the attention of Black Zetsu. At this moment, Black Zetsu had no other choice, and everything was out of his plan. Obito was dug out of his eyes by Kanna, and Akatsuki was controlled by Kanna. The key is that he didn't know how powerful Kanna was. Because Kanna had never exerted her full strength in front of the world, as if she was relaxed and comfortable no matter who she faced. But Black Zetsu still didn't act immediately. What if he found Kabuto Yakushi and Kabuto Yakushi told Orochimaru, and finally heard about it from Kanna? Then it would be a disaster. It goes without saying how stingy that evil kid is, and Feijuan has a lot to say about this. On the other side, Orochimaru, who had just returned to the Akatsuki base, was attracted by a small house that shouldn't exist here. Orochimaru thought about it and walked in. The next second, the hut turned into a toad, which quickly shrank and jumped into the water. Jiraiya appeared in front of Orochimaru at this time and greeted him with a smile. "Orochimaru, I finally found you." "Jiraiya, you shouldn't have come." Orochimaru glanced at him and said unhappily, "Pain's Rain Tiger Freedom Technique has already detected your invasion, leave quickly." Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru with some surprise, thinking, is Orochimaru concerned about him? In fact, before he sneaked into the Hidden Rain village, Kanna reminded him that Nagato would definitely not believe his theory, and once they fought, he would not be Nagato's opponent. "Orochimaru, can you tell me about Akatsuki?" "Why don't you ask Kanna? She is the leader of Akatsuki." "What, isn't Nagato the leader of Akatsuki?" "Jiraiya, your intelligence gathering ability is still as bad as ever." Orochimaru looked at him with disdain. "Kakashi and Might Guy know, but you don't know." Jiraiya was confused. He could have known it by just asking Kakashi in Konoha, but he risked his life to sneak into the Hidden Rain village. But why did Kanna say that Nagato was the leader of the Rain Country before, when she was the leader herself, but she didn't tell him? Kanna Kamui, that guy, isn't he trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Does the leader need Nagato to kill you? Do you think you can resist a few moves in front of her? Jiraiya thought about it. After all, Kanna's style of doing things is to do whatever she wants, and she doesn't care about her reputation at all. If he wants to kill me, he won't care even in front of everyone in Konoha. It seems that he doesn't care about Jiraiya at all. What about Danzo? Danzo. Orochimaru was stunned when he heard this. Jiraiya didn't remind him. He had forgotten that there was a little man like Danzo. Although he didn't understand why Kanna cared about Danzo, in order not to ruin Kanna's plan, Orochimaru explained a little uncomfortably, Danzo hired Akatsuki to help him capture the tailed beast. He and Akatsuki are in an employment relationship. Can Danzo afford this price? Jiraiya was also very confused. With Danzo's identity as a stray dog, how could he afford to hire Akatsuki? Could the reward be Konoha's forbidden techniques? After all, with Danzo's relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he must know a lot of Konoha's forbidden techniques. Soon, Jiraiya seemed to think of something again. No, what about the Nine Tails? Kanna will definitely not hand it over. The leader naturally has his considerations. Orochimaru didn't want to waste time talking to Jiraiya, and waved his hand. "Jiraiya, you'd better leave immediately, otherwise it will be too late." Jiraiya was not particularly worried. He was now in the stomach of the Toad Wall. Even if Nagato discovered the intruder, it would not be easy to find him for a while. However, the slap in the face came very quickly. Boom boom boom. A burst of explosions exploded in the water, and a toad was blown ashore by Konan's god paper technique. The next moment, Orochimaru and Jiraiya came out of the toad's mouth. Jiraiya looked around and thought to himself, Maru. Because of Kanna, any action of the Akatsuki organization cannot be less than 6 people. So there were Pain, Konan, Uchiha Itachi, Hoshigaki Kisame, Deidara, and Sasori. Pain ignored Jiraiya and looked at Orochimaru coldly with his samsara eyes. Orochimaru, why are you hanging out with the invaders? I just came to see an old friend. Orochimaru shrugged indifferently and pointed at Jiraiya. The leader seems to have other plans for this invader. Jiraiya was stunned, and looked at Orochimaru in surprise. Kanna couldn't have planned anything for him. It was obvious that Orochimaru was saving him. Could this be? Pain fell into silence. He was not convinced by Kanna, the little lowly who was plotting to usurp the throne. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to break up with Kanna. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Jiraiya called him. Wait, are you Nagato? Why are your eyes on Yahiko? You don't need to know, you are just an outsider anyway. Pain stopped, turned around and squinted at Jiraiya. If Kanna Kamui hadn't said that you had other plans, you would have died at this moment. You have changed, Nagato. Jiraiya was a little sad. He didn't expect that the apprentice he had taught carefully for 3 years would be so rebellious. Boom! Just then, a figure broke through the building on the top and swooped down. When Jiraiya saw that the person coming was Kanna, his expression suddenly sank. Go dame, I didn't expect you to be the leader of Akatsuki. And wasn't Danzo driven out of Konoha by you? Why did Akatsuki accept Danzo's employment? This is also what Jiraiya couldn't figure out. As the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Kanna has the right to check any forbidden techniques of Konoha. And the most valuable thing on Danzo, besides those forbidden techniques of Konoha, he really couldn't figure out what else was valuable about Danzo. Jiraiya, shut up. Kanna glared at Jiraiya fiercely. When did I drive Danzo out of Konoha? Danzo is my beloved friend. He left Konoha for the will of fire. Jiraiya naturally didn't believe it. Then why did you declare him an S-level rebel? Danzo did it all for the will of fire. Kanna didn't need to explain at all. Anyway, if the explanation didn't make sense, just say it was for the will of fire, and let these idiots who were brainwashed by the will of fire fill in the rest by themselves. Compared to the insignificant Jiraiya, Kanna was even more dissatisfied with Nagato's address to him. Pain, I've told you many times that I'm the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and you don't even want to call me the leader. Kanna Kamui. Please call me the leader. Kanna Kamui. Hearing Nagato's obstinacy, Kanna couldn't help it anymore, staring at Pain, and invited him sternly, Pain, want to fight? Fight. Pain didn't indulge him this time either, and his samsara eye met his light blue eyes. It's just right, I also want to see your strength. Kanna Kamui. Kanna raised his middle finger to him. Damn it, you're just wasting your time calling the other 5 Pains. The other members of the Akatsuki organization were in a trance. Isn't it necessary just for a title? Chapter 32. Konan was the first to react. She flew to Pain with wings transformed from white paper and whispered, Nagato, why are you doing this? No, Konan, I'm not acting on impulse. Pain shook his head and explained with a deadpan face, on the surface, Kan-Akamu and I had some arguments, but in fact, I did it on purpose to test each other's strength. Really? Is that really the case? Konan seriously suspected that Nagato was not testing Kanna's strength, but was simply angry and had a second-year syndrome again. The members of the Akatsuki organization felt a little headache. They all understood that Kanna was unreliable. After all, the little lowly looked only 7 or 8 years old. Just then, Jiraiya raised his hand weakly and said, "Go dame, you haven't answered my question yet." No one paid attention to him. After all, in this situation, who would have time to pay attention to him, an insignificant invader? Didn't you see that the former and current leaders of Akatsuki were about to fight? Kanna had just usurped the throne from Pain not long ago, and today Pain is coming back to usurp the throne. Who will win? The one who is most interested is undoubtedly Orochimaru. He has always wanted to know how strong Kanna is. Now that Pain, who has the Samsara Eye, is testing him, I believe he can get a glimpse of Kanna's strength. As for whether Kanna will lose in Orochimaru's opinion, it is impossible. Jiraiya was also hurt, really. He sneaked into Akatsuki with the determination to die, but was ignored. After a while, the other 5 paths of pain also arrived. Then, Kanna Kamui, let's make a break. Kanna curled her lips. The 6 paths of pain stood together, and he didn't feel oppressed at all. It seems that the BGM of the first generation of appearance, Grandma Touches You, is missing. Don't worry, Pain, I won't attack your hell path. Pain was startled and frowned and asked, Kanna Kamui, what do you mean? A normal ninja against your Pain 6 paths will first break the hell path and the human path, then the Shura path and the animal path, and finally the devil path and the human path. Kanna looked at the Pain 6 paths opposite and smiled confidently, but I won't do that, because I am invincible. Pain 6 paths glanced at Jiraiya, who was taking notes next to him, and raised his hand to use a Shinra Tensei. Oh! Boom! Jiraiya was blown into a building. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, thinking that he was really a fool. It was enough to just remember such simple information in his mind. Was there any need to take notes? It seems that you know me very well. I hope you won't regret it. Pain didn't waste any words. He used the summoning technique at the first time in the animal realm, summoning more than 10 summoned beasts at once, including hellhounds, salamanders, centipedes, etc. A giant centipede attacked him first. Kanna still maintained her cute expression, clenched her fists that condensed lightning energy, and her lowly voice sounded. Eat shit! Elder Centipede! Boom! The giant centipede was smashed, and the lightning energy burst out of the fist continued to hit Feiduan, who was eating melons. Feiduan hadn't reacted yet, and half of his body was smashed. Leader, did you do this on purpose? Jakuzu was stunned for a moment, and quickly picked up Feiduan and stepped back a little to avoid being affected. Kanna didn't have time to deal with Feiduan. A pair of wings grew out of her back and flew into the air, her hands condensed lightning energy and bombed indiscriminately below. Boom boom boom! The summoned beasts below were killed one by one, and not only the summoned beasts, but also the members of the Akatsuki organization who were watching the battle were included in the bombing. Hey, 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 leader, we are one of them. What a mess! The Akatsuki organization members moved away one after another, lest they accidentally become the second Haiden. Jiraiya had just crawled out of the ruins, and then with a boom, he was blown away by Kanna's lightning again. Oh! Kanna didn't care about that, and kept throwing lightning energy balls with both hands. Shuradu suddenly appeared behind Kanna, but Kanna backhanded a big force pocket and directly smashed Shuradu. Then Kanna accelerated and disappeared, and at the same time, the animal path, the human path, and the hungry ghost path were attacked almost at the same time and were directly scrapped. When he arrived in front of Tiendao, Tiendao defended faster and quickly stretched out his hands to release Shinra Tensei to resist. Shinra Tensei! God, your brother-in-law, break it for me! Kanna increased her strength, and her dragon claws directly broke through the opponent's Shinra Tensei, grabbed Tendao's head, and with the help of her flying ability, lifted Tendao Pain into the air. Pain, I am the leader of Akatsuki. Kanna raised her lips and increased her strength a little, call the leader to listen. So strong. The other members of the organization couldn't help swallowing their saliva. When they invaded the Sand Village, they knew how strong Pain was. He destroyed the Sand Village with one move. However, such a powerful Pain was completely powerless in front of Kanna. Uchiha Itaki opened a 3-Magatama Sharingan, the leader's speed is too fast, even my Sharingan is difficult to capture, and he is completely immune to illusions. Perfect, too perfect. Orochimaru's face did not hide his greed at all, no matter the speed, strength, or defense, it has reached a level that no one can reach, and it can also turn into a dragon. This is the most perfect creature in the world. Boom! Before Orochimaru finished speaking, his body was cut in half by a lightning. What creature is not a creature? Kanna held Tendo Pain in one hand and glanced at Orochimaru calmly. Orochimaru, please call me the leader. Orochimaru's body, which was cut in half, began to grow countless small snakes, and soon they were connected again and restored to their original state. Although his body was reversed, Orochimaru still called him the leader at the first time. Others unconsciously moved away from Orochimaru, thinking that you dare to say that the leader is a creature when you know that the leader is stingy. Wouldn't the translation mean that the leader is not a human? Well, in fact, Kanna is indeed not a human. Strictly speaking, she is a fat dragon with feathers. Pain, do you accept it? Pain naturally refused to accept it. After the 5-second CD, he aimed his hands at Kanna and used a full-state Shinra Tensei. Boom! However, Kanna was fine. Because Kanna held Pain's head, coupled with inertia, he threw his body out directly, but his head was still held in Kanna's hand. Kanna also had an ugly face. Although he was fine, his clothes could not withstand the impact of Shinra Tensei. In order not to become an exhibitionist, Kanna had to transform into a dragon. After a special effect of the transformation of the innocent giant, she turned into a giant fat dragon with blue feathers. Jiraiya crawled out half dead, looking at the blue fat dragon in front of him, with a stunned face. I wondered why the 5th generation Hokage of Konoha turned into a dragon. Could it be the dragon's Jinchuriki? Chapter 33. Yama, summoned by Jigakudo, had just resurrected the other 4 Pains, and Konan picked up Tendu and threw him into Yama's mouth with some heartache. After all, Tendu was using Yahiko's body. After chewing for a while, Yama spit out the intact Tendu Pain. Tendu Pain stared at the arrogant fat dragon with his samsara eyes. Neither ninjutsu nor taijutsu can work, so the only thing left is the sealing technique. That's enough, Nagato, forget it. Konan knew that Nagato was going to use Chibaku Tensei, so he looked at Tendu Pain and persuaded him with a pleading tone, do you want to destroy this place? Pain was stunned when he heard this, and stopped after thinking for a moment. After all, he and Kanna were not fighting a life-and-death battle, so there was no need to really fight to the death. Is it Chibaku Tensei? Kanna's eyebrows trembled on her huge eyes, and she said in a disdainful tone, to tell you the truth, Pain, your Chibaku Tensei can't even trap the 9 tails, let alone trap me. Kanna's dragon head came in front of Pain, and said in a baby voice, Pain, call me the leader. Konan had just seen the end of Haiden and Orochimaru, and knew how stingy Kanna was. She was afraid that Nagato would anger this evil little brat, so she also persuaded, Nagato, just call me the leader. In the high-rise of a certain building, Nagato felt like a thorn in his back, a thorn in his throat, and sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, he also realized that the so-called god he called himself was really nothing in front of Kanna's absolute strength. Out of helplessness, he had to control the way of heaven and called the leader. Kanna nodded her head in satisfaction. No one could challenge his leader's majesty. She transformed into a human again, and her clothes returned, but they were not the clothes of the Akatsuki organization, but the gothic Lolita floral dress that Kanna Kamui originally wore. She looked at the half-dead Jiraiya and was stunned. Jiraiya, what's wrong with you? You didn't contribute much to Pain's Shinra Tensei, did you? How did you get hurt like this? You hurt me. Jiraiya rolled his eyes helplessly. His goal in coming here was to persuade Nagato to let go of his hatred and stop taking revenge on other countries. The main target of Nagato's revenge was the 5 major countries, including their Konoha. In addition to hating war, he was also worried about Nagato because he knew that Nagato was definitely not Kanna's opponent. It wasn't until he came to the Rain country that he realized that the leader of the Akatsuki organization turned out to be the 5th Hokage of their Konoha. He knew that he couldn't persuade Kanna, so he just started to play badly. Oh, sorry, I really didn't notice. Kanna scratched her head a little embarrassedly, and then ordered Jiraiya, Jiraiya, I order you as the 5th Hokage to find Tsunade to cooperate with Orochimaru to treat Nagato. Pain and Konan were stunned when they heard it, and looked at Kanna in disbelief. What are you looking at? Nagato called me the leader, so I naturally have to consider my subordinates. Kanna glared at the two of them with some dissatisfaction, and said unhappily, you don't think I'm a stingy person, do you? Pain stopped talking. Don't you know whether you are stingy or not? Konan was quick to respond, and quickly agreed, the leader is not a stingy person. Nagato. Jiraiya looked at Pain, with a hint of doubt on his face, what's wrong with Nagato's body? Don't look at Pain's appearance, but Nagato, who controls him, is almost exhausted. After listening to Kanna's explanation, Jiraiya knew that Yahiko was just a corpse puppet, and the person who was controlling him should be Nagato. Thinking of this, Jiraiya asked to see Nagato's real body, but Nagato told him to get out. Okay Jiraiya. Kanna interrupted impatiently, what you need to do now is to find Tsunade and come back to heal Nagato together with Orochimaru. It may be difficult. Jiraiya sighed and looked down at Kanna, Tsunade may not listen to me. She'd better be obedient. Just tell her that this is the order of the 5th Hokage. If she doesn't listen, she will betray the will of Fire and Konoha, and then I will declare her a traitor. Kanna raised her little head and looked at Jiraiya, her expression was rare and serious, the majesty of the Hokage cannot be challenged, and I will arrest her personally at that time. It was the first time that Jiraiya saw Kanna so serious, so he could only nod with a wry smile. I just hope that Tsunade will stop being willful. After all, Kanna is not Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he will not spoil her. Jiraiya left, and Kanna cast her eyes on other Akatsuki again. Members of the organization found that half of Feijuan's body was missing at some point. Feidan, what's wrong with you again? Feidan. Kanna shook her head and sighed. She felt that Feijuan was deliberately hurting himself and had a brain disease. Otherwise, his battle with Pain was not deliberately targeting Feijuan. How could he, a cage-level strongman, be blown off half of his body by the aftermath of the battle? The one tail has been sealed, so let's go capture the 2-tail Jinchuriki and leave the 3-tail Jinchuriki to me. Yes, leader. The people of the Akatsuki organization did not dare to call him the leader directly, but added the word sir. Kanna was very satisfied with the attitude of everyone. Now that the Hidden Cloud village had been crippled by him, under the situation of the Akatsuki organization fighting in a group, Kanna was not worried that they could not take down the Two-Tail. Seeing that everyone was ready to set out to capture the Two-Tail, Kanna stopped them and reminded them. Remember, go in directly from the main gate and say that this is Danzo's order. On the other side, Kabuto Yakushi was still doing his promising job as a tomb raider. To his surprise, he actually found Uchiha Madara's body in a secret room. Orochimaru was still his boss, and Kabuto Yakushi didn't have the ambitions he would have in the later period, so he told Orochimaru about this. Uchiha Madara interesting. Orochimaru touched his chin. He now had the impure world reincarnation of Hashirama Senju in his hand. If he added Uchiha Madara, he didn't know if he could defeat Kanna Kamui. Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and expressed his doubts. The discovery of this body is a bit strange, as if someone deliberately put it there for me to find. No need to pay attention to it. Orochimaru didn't care, and chuckled and said, no matter who sent it, we will face that person in the end anyway. Orochimaru's knowledge at this time is not comparable to the original work. Let's not talk about anything else. Just look at the 10 tails Jinchuriki mentioned by Kanna. I think his strength must be no weaker than that of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Originally, he was thinking about whether to replace Danzo and become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. But after seeing the battle between Kanna and Pain today, he gave up this dangerous idea. Obviously, Kanna was fighting with a playful mentality from beginning to end, and I think her strength must be no weaker than the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Chapter 34. A casino in the land of hot springs. Tsunade won money again today. She just left the casino and saw Jiraiya under the electric pole. Haha. Tsunade, we meet again. Jiraiya, you are injured. Tsunade frowned. Every time she won money, it was bad. Jiraiya's injury was not serious this time. It seemed that it was not because of Jiraiya. What bad thing could it be thinking of this? Tsunade sighed slightly. I will treat you first. No, no. Jiraiya waved his hand, his face became serious. Tsunade, let's find a place to talk. His injury was just accidentally injured by the aftermath of Kanna's attack when he was eating watermelon. There is no need for treatment at all. This time, Tsunade must be persuaded no matter what, otherwise with Kanna Kamui's temper, she might really kill Tsunade. Okay. Tsunade nodded dully. She seemed to see a hint of fear in Jiraiya's expression, which was totally not Jiraiya's character. After a while, the two came to a private room in a tavern. Jiraiya did not waste time and told Tsunade about Kanna's request and what he had done during this period. What a big move! She forcibly occupied Konoha, Kirigakure, and Rain Country, and arranged for Akatsuki to attack Sand Village. Now she wants me to help her. After listening to this, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya with an unfriendly look. Jiraiya, Kanna Kamui obviously wants to be the dictator of the ninja world, and you are actually helping her. Tsunade, you'd better listen to Kanna this time. After all, she is the Hokage. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade and spread his hands helplessly. Besides, we can't do anything with our strength, right? Of course we can't do anything, so I'll just do nothing. Then Kanna will declare you a traitor and arrest you personally. Bang! Tsunade slammed the table and stood up. Her expression was very ugly. Can't I do nothing? It's really not possible. At least you have to obey the order this time and go to treat Nagato. Tsunade took a deep breath and finally nodded and agreed. She also wanted to see who that Kanna-Kamui was. From the intelligence, she looked like a little lowly about 7 or 8 years old, but her style of behavior was very domineering. On the other side, the hidden cloud village. Since the 4th generation Reikage AI was killed by Kanna, the current 5th generation Reikage was inherited by Darui as in the original work. Although the hidden cloud village suffered heavy losses last time, it was not comparable to the hidden sand village. In addition to the geographical environment that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, it really takes some effort for the Akatsuki organization to attack head-on. Even Konan couldn't help complaining, "Why does the leader insist that we go in through the front gate?" Uchiha Itachi agreed with Konan's statement very much, so he suggested, "Pain, we can use illusion to force the whereabouts of the two-tailed Jinchuriki, there is no need to make a big fuss." "What's wrong, Uchiha Itachi, are you scared?" Deidara hummed with disdain, and then raised his middle finger to him, "Shit baboon ghost." Itachi was too lazy to refute. Shit baboon ghost was one of Kanna's catchphrases, and everyone in the Akatsuki organization was more or less infected with some of Kanna's bad habits. "There is no need for this, since the leader said to go in through the front gate, then we can go in through the front gate." Everyone looked a little strange when they heard this. "Pain, this guy," called the leader, and it became more and more smooth. Pain didn't have many ideas. Since Kanna was so much stronger than him, it was not a bad idea to regard her as the leader. He cast his eyes on Uchiha Itachi, "Everyone better go all out this time." Itachi was really speechless. Although he was slacking off in the sand village last time, did Pain forget that he was the one who caught the one-tailed Jinchuriki? Capturing the tailed beast was their goal, not fighting. "Follow me." Pain didn't care about that and quickly moved towards the direction of the cloud village. This time, Deidara and Konan took the lead in launching an airstrike from the air. Countless detonating tags and clay birds swooped down from the sky and carried out indiscriminate explosions. Rumble, rumble, rumble. There was no need to notify at all the cloud village ninjas gathered automatically. "Storm release, reinforce the lock." Just then, Darui, wearing the robes of the 5th Reikage, arrived and released 5 storm releases to hit Deidara and Konan in the sky respectively. Although the destructive power of his storm release was not as good as that of the 4th Reikage, it had the function of induction. Deidara and Konan were chased by several beams of light in the air. "Let me show you what happens when you attack the hidden cloud village." Darui quickly formed seals with both hands, lightning release, black spot difficulty. Although this move has average attack power, it is an attack with a very large range. Black lightning covered the entire sky at once. Deidara was completely restrained and fell from the sky, while Konan exploded with a bang. "Fuck, no wonder Konan is so reckless, it turns out it's just a clone." Deidara was a little hurt. It seems that he rushed in alone. If he had known this, he would have brought Scorpion with him. Boom! Just then, the Akatsuki organization led by Pain finally arrived. As soon as they came in, they saw Deidara being captured by the enemy. "Idiot!" Scorpion commented lightly. Deidara was speechless. Although he was captured, he broke into the hidden cloud village alone and caused great damage to the hidden cloud village. This deserves praise. Pain's Samsara eye looked around lightly and only found Yukato, but not Killer Bee. "Is there only the two-tailed Jinchuriki? Where is the 8-tailed Jinchuriki? Your goal is indeed the tailed beast." Darui looked at the people opposite him and was very alert. Pain was just asking casually. Their goal this time was only the 2-tail. As for the 8-tail, they would have to wait until the 3-tail to the 7-tail were captured before they could capture it. According to the order of Shimura Danzo, capture the two-tailed Jinchuriki Yukato. At this time, Yukato said with an unhappy face, "Do you think the cloud village is the sand village? Don't underestimate people." "Wait, Yukato." Darui hurriedly persuaded him. He knew the strength of the Akatsuki organization and wanted to use Deidara as a bargaining chip. However, Yukato did not wait and turned into a tailed beast directly. Although Yukato was not as good as Killer Bee, he still retained his own consciousness while turning into a tailed beast, and the appearance of the two-tail was higher than that of the eight-tail. As soon as the super-tail blue cat of the two-tail appeared, the surrounding environment heated up rapidly, and everyone else moved away from the two-tail. With this temperature, how did the leader stand on the nose of the two-tail? After Kisame finished his rant, he rushed to the two-tail. The two-tail spit out countless fire rat balls from its mouth and attacked Kisame. However, Kisame was too lazy to dodge at all. What was strange was that the tail rat ball went straight through Kisame's body. That's right, Kisame used Kamui. Although he couldn't use it as well as Obito, with his chakra, he could still use it as a trump card at a critical moment. Chapter 35. After passing through the tailed rat ball, Kisame came to the two tails and quickly formed seals with both hands. Water escape, who's going to repair the dam? Kui, spit. Spit out saliva, and then the saliva quickly burst out. After a while, a small lake appeared out of thin air. Haiden and Kakuzu, the two murderous duos, quickly followed. In the original work, the wooden man was killed by these two guys. Haiden, I'll hold her back, you go get the blood. After Kakuzu finished speaking, he immediately released 3 Earth Grudge clones, each of which launched elemental attacks on the two tails. Leave it to me. Haiden waved the bloody March sickle and rushed forward with a sick face. Storm escape, black spots. Suddenly, an electric current passed through the water escape released by Kisame and quickly spread to the surroundings. All of a sudden, Kakuzu and Haiden were both electrocuted on the water surface, but Kisame escaped with the power of God. Haiden raised his hand with difficulty and gave Kisame a middle finger. Kisame, let go of your sister's water escape. Pay money, you must pay money. Kakuzu looked up and stared at Kisame fiercely. I only recognize money and not people, pay money. Ah, sorry, I only know water escape. Kisame scratched the back of his head a little embarrassedly, and he found a very strange phenomenon. In the past, the personalities of members of the Akatsuki organization all had their own characteristics, but the 3 people like Haiden, Deidara, and Kakuzu would intentionally or unintentionally learn some bad habits of Kanna. Also, I have no money and no sister. Kakuzu. Haiden. Take advantage of now. Following Darui's order, several cloud ninjas picked up the long swords with lightning chakra attached to them and attacked the two. Puff! No one cared about Haiden, and he was directly pierced through the chest by the lightning sword. Kakuzu still had the strength to fight back, controlling the Earth Resentment clone to block the enemy's attack, and even counterattack to kill the enemy. Zionin flew to tend to Pain and reminded him, Pain, the hidden cloud village is the first ninja village besides Konoha, it seems that we have to fight quickly. I know. Pain nodded and looked at Uchiha Itaka next to him, the 5th Raikage and the two tails Jinchuriki, who do you choose? Itaka wanted to say that he just wanted to be a soy sauce and didn't want to choose anyone, after all, his pupil power was not infinite. But facing Pain's samsara eye, he could only answer helplessly, I choose the two tails Jinchuriki. Pain was a little surprised that Uchiha Itaka would choose the two tails, but he still nodded. Then he quickly rushed to Darui, with his hands in front of him. Darui frowned, picked up his weapon and planned to deal with Deidara first, just when his knife was only 0.01 centimeters away from Deidara's neck. Shinra Tensei. Pain used Shinra Tensei to blast Darui away and rescued Deidara. The blasted Darui smiled, "Kirabe-senpai, take advantage of now." "Okay, now you can't use that attack just now." Kirabe fell from the sky and turned into a half-tailed beast in mid-air, condensing the tailed beast ball in his mouth and aiming at Pain. Pain put his hands together, rubbed out a black ball condensed by yin-yang escape, and pushed it forward. Before the tailed beast ball was launched, the black ball hit the half-tailed beast of Killarbee. Chibaku Tensei. The black ball pushed Killarbee into the air, and then there was a sound of explosion from the ground. The water escape released by Kisame was first absorbed by Chibaku Tensei, followed by buildings and soil. With the black ball as the center, it exuded endless suction, sucking everything around into the air, including ninjas and the two-tailed beast. Black Zetsu and Konan were responsible for rescuing people. After all, Kanna said that no action of Akatsuki could be carried out by less than 6 people. So once Akatsuki loses more than 4 people, there will be no need to carry out future missions. Let's recruit people first. Uchiha Itachi saw an opportunity and released the third form of Susanoo as soon as the 4 legs of the two-tail left the ground. Susanoo's right hand transformed into a gourd sword. Ten-fist sword. The moment the ten-fist sword touched the two-tail, it generated a suction force. In a short while, the whole two-tail was sucked into the gourd. Then he put away Susanoo as soon as possible, turned around and ran without saying anything. This process took less than 5 seconds. It must be said that Itachi is a real opportunist, the type of person who is ruthless and doesn't talk much. Tendo Pain glanced at him and became more vigilant. He didn't expect that this pervert's strength was hidden so deeply, it's just that his brain is a little bit off. He's so handsome, but he actually likes pigs. I wonder if the sows in the land of rain have been harmed by him. Uchiha Itachi frowned. He always felt that the look in Pain's eyes when he looked at him was a little weird. Damn it! Akatsuki Organization. Kirabe gave his last greetings to the evil people wearing black robes with red clouds. But a few seconds later, he was buried by stones, and the sphere in the sky became bigger and bigger. Until more than a minute later, a small planet appeared in the sky above the hidden cloud village. Instead, a pit was dug in the original hidden cloud village. In addition to the buildings and soil, most of the cloud ninjas were sucked into the Chibaku Tensei. The hidden cloud village had already been harmed by Kanna for 20,000 ninjas, and now it was harmed by Nagato again. In addition, the two-tail was captured and the eight-tail was sealed. It can already be kicked out of the top 5 ninja villages. If Luasha was here, Darui might hug this brother in distress and complain to denounce the evil deeds of the Akatsuki organization together. This. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Darui stared at the small planet in the sky in amazement, and the next second, he knelt on the ground helplessly. In the rain country, in a high tower. Kanna frowned at the coughing Nagato. In his heart, Nagato and the 9 tails are his right-hand men. Don't kill yourself. Nagato, are you carrying rice again? It's Chibaku Tensei. Nagato nodded and told the truth. I released Chibaku Tensei in the hidden cloud village. Are you having a second-year illness again? There are so many people. Do you still need to release Chibaku Tensei? Kanna was really speechless. The Akatsuki organization actually had to use a big move in a group fight. I have a way to help you recover your body. Oh, is it Tsunade from Konoha? That's not it, it's the reincarnation technique. For example, you die first, and then let Danzo use the reincarnation technique to help you revive. Nagato was full of questions. What the hell is Danzo so awesome? Kanna naturally had her own plan. When Danzo became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki and was defeated, Black Zetsu possessed Danzo and used the Samsara technique to revive Uchiha Madara. She could let him revive more people. For example, the first Hokage, the fourth Hokage, Naruto. That's right, Kanna planned to separate the Nine Tails from Naruto and revive him after Naruto died. Originally, Kanna also planned to revive his loved ones and friends, but it's a pity that it's useless now. I don't know where Uchiha Itachi hid Sasuke. After all, they were loved ones who grew up together. I felt embarrassed when I killed him. Chapter 36. After Jiraiya persuaded Tsunade, he took Tsunade back to the Hidden Rain village without stopping. They happened to meet Pain and others coming back. The two of them met the 10 evil men of the Akatsuki organization, so they naturally didn't look happy. Is this the Two Tails Jinchuriki? Tsunade frowned. Are you going to attack the Hidden Cloud village again? Pain glanced at her lightly. It's none of your business. Tsunade was a little angry. After all, she came here to help you treat her. This is the attitude a patient should have. So she looked at Orochimaru again. Orochimaru, where is Kanna Kamui? Orochimaru's eyes twitched, indicating that she should look behind herself. Tsunade turned around and was stunned when she saw Kanna. Although she had seen Kanna's photo on the bounty order, when she saw the real person for the first time, she had to say that she was too cute. However, Kanna was only Kanna on the outside, but Uchiha Tan, the time traveler, was inside, so she would not be polite when speaking. Tsunade, you have to call me Hokage. Tsunade realized that this cute little loli in front of her was a complete devil inside. Is this your attitude when you ask for help? Who said I begged you? Kanna looked up and looked at her, and said in a serious voice, I ordered you to help Nagato treat it. What a joke, why should I listen to your orders just because you are the fifth Hokage? Tsunade, you openly disobeyed the order of the Hokage. Do you want to betray the will of fire and Konoha? Kanna naturally would not indulge her, and even hooked her finger at her. How about a fight? You. Okay Tsunade, didn't you promise to come and treat Nagato? Jiraiya interrupted Tsunade with some tiredness, and said seriously, you can't be the opponent of the fifth generation. Tsunade took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. She naturally knew that she could not be Kanna's opponent, but she was just angry inside. She is a high-quality older leftover woman after all, and she has made great contributions to Konoha. Putting aside the facts, as the Hokage, can't Kanna give way to her? However, Kanna said that everyone is a little fairy now. She immediately stretched out an index finger and said provocatively, one finger, I will only use one finger to fight you. Oh, that's what you said. Tsunade heard that the other party only used one finger to fight her, and naturally wanted to teach this arrogant little loli a lesson. Tsunade, don't! Bang! Aya! Jiraiya wanted to step forward to stop him, but was punched out by Tsunade. When Orochimaru saw this scene, it seemed to evoke some good memories. He rarely showed a normal smile and whispered, it's really nostalgic. The people of the Akatsuki organization consciously stepped back a little to avoid being affected. Especially Phaeton, he didn't know whether Kanna's anger had subsided. Kanna glanced at everyone, shook her head, and hooked her index finger at Tsunade again, you. Come here. Don't joke. Tsunade rushed forward and punched from above without saying a word. Bang! Kanna blocked her fist with just one index finger, but the ground under her feet was pressed into a big hole due to the inertia of the force. Kanna raised the corner of her mouth, you don't even have the strength to hit people, and you still say you are a Sunin, don't laugh to death. Don't underestimate the Sunin, you little brat! Tsunade roared, and her fist attacked Kanna like a storm. However, Kanna only used one finger to block it, and her little feet didn't move at all. Bang! 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 Jiraiya, who was watching the fight, slapped his forehead and sighed, "Why is Tsunade doing this? Tsunade has already lost." Orochimaru looked at Kanna and said in a hoarse voice, "The leader seems to have not moved at all." Tsunade fought for a long time and began to make seals with both hands. Kanna raised her eyebrows, but did not stop her. Anyway, Tsunade only had physical skills. And as a dragon who has lived for more than 14,000 years, even if she stood and let her fight for 10 days or half a month, it is not certain that the opponent can break her defense. You really think she is Kanna in the original book, who punches you in the chest with her little fist and becomes breathless in a short while? After a while, Tsunade finished the seal, and a blue chakra covered her fist. "Oh, I thought you were going to release the 100 healings technique." Tsunade didn't say anything nonsense, and used all her strength to punch in full state. Bang! Kanna flicked her finger, similar to the action of flicking the head. The moment the fist touched the fingertips, a shock wave spread out, and the next second, Tsunade was knocked away. But damn it! Tsunade climbed up, feeling the numbness from her fist, staring at Kanna. "Why do you look so fierce? Do you think you can beat me?" Kanna pointed her finger at Tsunade and made a shooting motion, with violent lightning energy emanating from her fingertips. "The lightning on your fingertips is my unchanging belief in this life, and only my super battery cannon will last forever." Thunder Dragons. Super battery cannon. No. Jiraiya was shocked. Kanna recited so many spells, this move was obviously not simple. If it hit Tsunade, Tsunade would probably die. She wanted to stop it immediately. However, it was obviously too late. The speed of the railgun was beyond everyone's imagination. Boom! A flash of lightning passed by Tsunade's ear, turning her twin ponytails into a single ponytail. Tsunade stared with her eyes wide open, as if she was scared, and stood there motionless. Boom! The railgun smashed half of Haiden's body, then penetrated the wall without losing momentum, and finally disappeared into the sky. Haiden asked stupidly, "Why? Why?" "Don't be stupid, Haiden, who told you to offend the leader for no reason?" Kakuzu cut off Haiden's head and picked it up. "I'll find a stronger body for you to sew it on later." Haiden's head. Everyone felt sorry for Haiden's snot and tears. Thinking of poor Haiden, he had to change his body just because he said something wrong. Osaka Orochimaru only changes his body once every 3 years, but you change it every 2 or 3 days. Kanna came to Tsunade and waved her hand in front of her eyes. "Hey! Are you scared, silly?" Tsunade suddenly raised her mouth, wanting to take advantage of Kanna's relaxation of vigilance to sneak attack this 14,000-year-old kid. Kanna was shocked. She didn't expect this woman to play tricks on her. She dodged Tsunade's fist at the first time, and then relied on her small size to pierce her crotch. Konoha's secret technique, 1,000 years of killing. Ouch! Tsunade screamed and fell to the ground with her hips facing the sky. Kanna looked at the embarrassed Tsunade and sneered. "I didn't expect that Tsunade Senju, one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha, would use such a despicable sneak attack against a child like me." Chapter 37. Tsunade was covering her butt with one hand, staring at Kanna with shame and anger. She was one of the 3 ninjas, the princess chosen by the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but she didn't expect to be humiliated by this little brat. "Don't look at me so fiercely, it will only show your weakness." "Kanna, however, didn't care. Hurry up and follow Orochimaru to treat Nagato. Jiraiya hurried forward to show concern, and looked at Tsunade's buttocks intentionally or unintentionally. Tsunade, are you okay? It's okay. Tsunade also waved her hand indifferently. The 1,000 years of death, only children will use it when fighting. That may not be the case. Kanna raised her eyebrows and continued, I heard that the foreigners in the Hidden Cloud village like it very much. Everyone was confused. Isn't this kind of childish way of playing? Only people in Konoha like to use it, for example, Hitaki Sakumo, Hitaki Kakashi, Might Guy. Only Jiraiya seemed to be thinking that the fifth Hokage seemed to have something to say. Tsunade took a deep breath. With her Senju clan's physique, Kanna's attack would take her a while to recover. After all, in the original work, even if she was cut in half by Uchiha Madara, she could use the 100 healings technique to recover, let alone the 1,000 years of killing humph. I'm willing to accept the bet, lead the way. Orochimaru said with some amusement, Pain's body, I'm really curious about what he looks like. Konan glanced at Orochimaru lightly and warned, Orochimaru, you'd better put away your little thoughts. Don't worry, with the leader here, I dare not mess around. 10 minutes later, several people came to the place where Nagato sat on the toilet. When Orochimaru saw Nagato's body, he was indeed very surprised. Who would have thought that Pain, who usually seemed to be the boss, was actually controlled by this sickly person in front of him? Konan warned again, Orochimaru, I'll be watching from the side, you'd better not have any small thoughts. Orochimaru shrugged indifferently. Although he cared about the Samsara Eye very much, he even resisted the temptation of becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, so he could naturally give up the Samsara Eye. What he cared about most was what Kanna had said to him. More than 14,000 years old is just a child. How powerful will he be when he grows up? How long will his lifespan be? Teacher Jiraiya, long time no see. Nagato looked at Jiraiya and smiled rarely. Hearing Nagato greet him, Jiraiya also smiled happily. Although Nagato was very indifferent to him before and even threatened to kill him, he could still easily forgive him. But Kanna would not agree with such a person. For example, Jiraiya killed his teacher and tens of thousands of people in Konoha, but he could forgive himself. Another example is Naruto. In the later period, he easily forgave Obito who killed his parents. It was ridiculous. Sasuke was also relatively normal in the early period, but unfortunately, he was later caught by Naruto's Kotobukiya. Perhaps Hara no Sakura, who looked for Naruto when there was something to do and licked Sasuke when there was nothing to do, was the most normal. As the saying goes, if you don't work for yourself, you will be punished by heaven and earth. Okay, let's start the treatment. Tsunade's medical ninjutsu is naturally needless to say. After examination, she quickly found Nagato's problem. Nagato, your Samsara Eye is transplanted, right? Konoha's Tsunade, what nonsense are you talking about? Nagato frowned and retorted, this is mine. No, this is Uchiha Madara's Samsara Eye. Before Nagato could finish his words, Kanna interrupted directly, Nagato is just a container for Uchiha Madara to nurture the Samsara Eye. Everyone looked at Kanna in astonishment. Nagato's Samsara Eye is Uchiha Madara's. How is this possible? Nagato couldn't accept this fact at all, but considering Kanna's strength, there seemed to be no reason to lie to him. Jiraiya asked curiously, didn't Uchiha Madara die a long time ago? Kanna ignored him and asked Tsunade, how is it, Tsunade, can it be cured? Both legs and body can be cured, but the Samsara Eye has been eroding his body. If you want to cure the Samsara Eye, you must remove it. That won't work. Kanna refused without a second thought. If Nagato didn't have the Samsara Eye, his strength would be at most an ordinary kage level, which would be less useful than Kisame and the others. So he turned his eyes to Orochimaru. Orochimaru, try using Hashirama cells. I have no problem, but the success rate of Hashirama cells is very low, less than 1%. Hearing Orochimaru's answer, Konan refused without hesitation. Although Tsunade was very unhappy, she knew that Hashirama cells were studied by her second grandfather, so she also no more words were said. Jiraiya naturally knew how low the success rate of Hashirama's cells was. So far, Konoha had only one successful case, and he also joined the ranks of persuasion. Nagato, if the transplant of Hashirama's cells fails, you will turn into wood. Listen to the teacher's advice, just give up. Shut up, Jiraiya. Kanna interrupted without hesitation, staring at him fiercely. Even if the transplant fails, Nagato will only die at most. For the will of fire, he will die. Hearing this, Nagato looked at Kanna in disbelief. What does it mean to die for the will of fire? He is not a member of Konoha. Why should he die for the will of fire? Even if he died, he could not die for that shitty will of fire. But he soon realized that he seemed to have offended this evil kid in front of him whose heart was smaller than a needle tip. Konan glared at Kanna. I don't allow Nagato to transplant Hashirama's cells. Shut up, Konan. I'm the leader of Akatsuki. Tsunade looked down at Kanna and whispered, what a bad-tempered brat. Kanna's ears moved, she turned around and jumped up, slapping Tsunade on the head. Bang! Shut up, Tsunade. I'm the Hokage. Are you trying to betray Konoha by talking about the Hokage behind his back? Little brat, I'll fight you. Tsunade raised her fist and was about to fight forward, but fortunately Jiraiya held her tightly. Kanna said with disdain, with your strength, Jiraiya can't hold you back at all. Don't pretend. It will only make people feel disgusted. Tsunade. Jiraiya was a little embarrassed, thinking that Tsunade was the granddaughter of the first Hokage after all, so couldn't you let her go? Tsunade's thoughts were exposed, and she was angry for a while, but nothing happened. In the end, everyone turned their eyes to Nagato. However, Nagato was not stupid, and his health was not as bad as it was during the Shippuden period, so he refused without hesitation. Kanna curled her lips. She had kindly helped Nagato find a famous doctor, but she was treated like this in return. But it doesn't matter. After Nagato dies, he can be reborn with the impure world reincarnation, and his strength is still online. Thinking of this, Kanna decided to put Nagato aside and turned her attention to Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya, Tsunade, as the fifth Hokage, I order you to join the Akatsuki organization. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Chapter 38. Jiraiya and Tsunade refused to join Akatsuki at first. However, Kanna said that this was the order of the Hokage, and refusing would be a betrayal of the will of fire, and betraying the will of fire would be a traitor to Konoha. At that time, Kanna will personally arrest the traitor who betrayed the will of fire. Needless to say, Deidara helped Jiraiya and Tsunade paint their nails, and then the two put on the black-bottomed red cloud robes of Akatsuki, and finally participated in the work of sealing the two-tail. After sealing the two-tail, Kanna directly asked Mai Terumi to send the three-tail Jinchuriki to the land of rain. However, when Mai Terumi saw Tsunade and Jiraiya wearing Akatsuki's clothes, she was dumbfounded. Tisk tisk, the three ninjas of Konoha are all members of Akatsuki. The fifth Mizukage. Tsunade was also dumbfounded when she saw the fifth Mizukage of the Hidden Mist Village actually personally sent their fourth Mizukage to Akatsuki, you are not also a member of Akatsuki, are you? Jiraiya knew that Kanna had conquered the hidden mist village, but he just forgot to tell Tsunade. Not really, our hidden mist village just surrendered to Lady Kanna. Mei Terumi answered casually, looking at Kanna. Lady Kanna, can you tell me about your plan? The others also looked at Kanna. They were also very curious about what Kanna's ultimate goal was. Only Kisame raised his head with a smug look on his face, and his cross-eyed eyes, one big and one small, looked around with disdain, because only he knew Kanna's identity, that is, the master of Kagaya Otsutsuki, and even the six-path sage was just a wild child of Kanna's servant. Hurry up and seal the three tails. Kanna was too lazy to explain. Now Konoha village, Kirigakure village, and Omegakure village are all under his control. Sand village and Kumigakure village have been beaten to pieces, leaving only Uegakure village trembling. The Akatsuki organization was a little tired. They had just sealed the two-tail, but they didn't expect the three-tail to come again seamlessly. Although they didn't know when Kirigakure village surrendered to Kanna, it was a good thing after all. At least they didn't have to go to Kirigakure village to fight. Tsunade looked at Kanna with some dissatisfaction. Kanna Kamui. Tsunade, please call me Hokage or leader. Kanna interrupted with a dissatisfied look. Considering the bad character of this bear kid and his desperate strength, Tsunade compromised. Okay, Lord Hokage, even Jiraiya and I have to participate in the sealing of the tailed beasts, why don't you come to help? Kanna snorted coldly and responded with dissatisfaction, are you teaching me how to do things? Tsunade. Tsunade originally wanted to ask Danzo, but seeing Kanna's attitude, she gave up. Only Uchiha Itachi was thoughtful. He found that Kanna seemed to have no chakra on her body. As for where the lightning energy came from, he didn't know. Black Zetsu did not participate in the sealing of the three-tailed beast this time, but secretly found Kabuto Yakushi. His mission was to investigate the whereabouts of the Jinchuriki, so he had time to come and fool Kabuto Yakushi. Because Orochimaru had not yet left the Akatsuki organization, and Black Zetsu was also wearing Akatsuki's clothes, even if Kabuto Yakushi met Black Zetsu for the first time, he was not surprised. Just listening to Black Zetsu constantly fooling around with Peace and the Moon Eye, I felt very funny in my heart. I am just an ordinary jonin, even Orochimaru can't beat me, let alone a monster like Kanna Kamui. What does the peace of the ninja world have to do with an ordinary jonin like me? Moon Eye Project. This is different from what Lord Orochimaru said. Pain's plan has too many loopholes. Only the Moon Eye Project can bring real peace. Black Zetsu tried hard to make a promise to Kabuto Yakushi, since you have found Uchiha Madara's body, I hope you can reincarnate him. Did you put Uchiha Madara's body there on purpose? Kabuto Yakushi pretended to be surprised. Black Zetsu was very satisfied with Kabuto Yakushi's performance. He had no choice now, so he could only ask Kabuto Yakushi to give it a try. Although Kanna was also catching the tailed beast, no one knew what Kanna's purpose was. However, Kabuto Yakushi still said that he still needed to ask Orochimaru before making a decision. Black Zetsu felt that this Kabuto Yakushi was not very good, and said in a deep voice, Kabuto Yakushi, you have already learned the impure world reincarnation, and found Uchiha Madara's body, you don't need Orochimaru at all. I will consider it. Kabuto Yakushi was still unaffected. This made Black Zetsu very hurt, but he was not in a hurry. If Orochimaru disagreed, he could just possess Orochimaru and personally resurrect Uchiha Madara. The only thing that made him uneasy was that Madara should not be Kanna's opponent unless he became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. 3 days later. At the Akatsuki base, the three-tail has been sealed. Black Zetsu also told the news he had found out. Because the Akatsuki frequently captured the tailed beasts, when the Akatsuki captured the two-tail, Onoki invited the four-tailed Jinchuriki Lao Ziai and the five-tailed Jinchuriki Han back to the Hidden Rock Village. The six-tailed Jinchuriki is still in the original place, but the seven-tailed Jinchuriki is not Fu, but a minor character that Kanna has never heard of. The eight-tailed killer bee has broken the seal of Chibaku Tensei and is currently training in Yunlii Gorge. Humph! Onoki is so stupid. Kanna sneered, looked at everyone present and announced her order. Pain, Konan, Uchiha Itaki, Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, the six of you are responsible for capturing the four tails and five tails Jinchuriki, and try to cause as much damage to the Uegakure village as possible. Jiraiya, Tsunade, the two of you are responsible for the six tails Jinchuriki, and try to be low-key. Kakuzu, Haiden, the two of you are responsible for the seven tails Jinchuriki. Since Killer Bee has broken the seal of the Chibaku Tensei, I will take care of the eight tails and the nine tails myself. Everyone was very surprised. Kanna was planning to capture all the tailed beasts at once. No problem. Kakuzu answered first. He was originally a rebel ninja from Takigakure village and was very familiar with Takigakure village. As long as there was no large-scale attack, he and Haiden would be enough. Haiden had been psychologically traumatized by Kanna, so he had been very quiet, which was completely unlike his character. There is no problem on our side. Pain nodded expressionlessly. Not to mention the help of Uchiha Itaki, Hoshigaki Kisame, Deidara, Sasori, and others, even if there is only his six paths of pain, he thinks there is no problem. Deidara is even more eager to try, this time it is finally the turn of the Hidden Rock Village. Leader, what do you think is the most handsome way for me to appear? Simple. Kanna gave Deidara a serious suggestion: kick a tree in half, and then throw it hard in the direction of the Hidden Rock Village from a distance, and finally you can fly into the Hidden Rock Village on a tree. What Deidara showed a big question mark on his face. As a native of the Naruto world, he has never even heard of flying with a sword, let alone flying with a tree. Only Jiraiya and Tsunade have a bitter face. They joined the Akatsuki organization in a daze and helped seal the two-tailed beasts in a daze. Now Kanna actually asked them to capture the tailed beasts. You know, they are the righteous Konoha ninjas. Chapter 39. Today, the weather in Uegakure village is fine and sunny. A giant clay bird is flying towards Uegakure village. Deidara. Scorpion looked at Deidara, who was eager to try, and asked in a deep voice, besides the third Tsuchikage Onoki, who else should be paid attention to in Uegakure village? However, Deidara ignored Scorpion at all. At this moment, he was considering the idea given to him by Kanna. It's no problem to get a tree, but no one present has the strength to throw the tree several kilometers away. That's right. Deidara seemed to have thought of something, his eyes lit up. Pain, can you use the repulsion of Shinra Tensei to throw the tree into Uegakure village when the time comes? Pain's samsara eye glanced at Deidara lightly. Deidara, throw your sister. Deidara. Konan suddenly laughed. She couldn't imagine that Pain would actually learn Kanna's tone of voice. Pain seemed to realize that he had lost his composure and continued to look forward, pretending that nothing had happened. Hey, Deidara, did you hear me? Scorpion glared at Deidara with some dissatisfaction. Besides the third Tsuchikage Onoki, who else should we pay attention to in the Hidden Rock Village? Deidara didn't care at all. What should we pay attention to? We have so many people here, and Pain is here, just go in directly. Scorpion wanted to beat someone up, you know, they suffered a little loss in the Hidden Cloud Village last time. If it weren't for Pain saving Deidara and Feijuan's immortal body, they would have lost some people. And at that time, they sent out 10 people, facing only the half-crippled hidden cloud village. This time, they only have 6 people, and they are still facing the hidden rock village that is on guard. Let me answer. It was Uchiha Itachi who spoke, and his expression was quite serious at the moment. The first person we need to pay attention to is the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Lao Zi. He is good at rock release, and Kisame can restrain him. The second is the Five Tails Jinchuriki Han, who is good at steam ninjutsu. Among the Jinchuriki, his strength is second only to the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee. There is also Huang Tu, whose own strength has reached the level of Kage, and he is a ninja who has brought earth release ninjutsu to the extreme. As for the third Tsuchikage Onoki, Itachi Uchiha said here, and cast his eyes on Pain, I guess only Pain can deal with him among those present. Pain nodded. Everyone knew Onoki's information, so there was no need to explain more. Mr. Itachi is really modest. Kisame believed that in the Akatsuki organization, except for Kanna, Tendo Pain might not be the opponent of Uchiha Itachi, unless the Six Paths Pain came together. Uchiha Itachi did not answer Kisame. Things had developed to this point, and his heart was extremely complicated at the moment. At the beginning, the Konoha High Level and the Uchiha clan were not irreconcilable, it was just that he was too arrogant at the time and looked down on the clan members. If he stood firmly on his father's side, even without Kanna, with 2 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan, he could completely suppress those Uchiha who wanted to rebel. At the same time, it could also make the Konoha High Level fearful, so that they dare not attack the Uchiha. Even if the result is worse, it will not fall to the point of extermination. Even Suzuki died. In the Uegakure village, the third generation of Tsuchigakure had a sad face. Recently, the Akatsuki organization destroyed the Sand Village and the Cloud Village in succession in order to capture the Jinchuriki. There was another thing that he was very concerned about, that is, the 5th generation of Mizukage of the Mist Village actually sent their 4th generation of Mizukage Yagura to the Rain Village in person. How is it the 5th Mizukage hasn't responded yet? The Uegakure Enbu shook his head. Lord Tsuchikage, no. That damn woman must have colluded with the Akatsuki organization. Onaki was so angry that he slammed the table and looked at the Enbu below and ordered, pay attention. I suspect that the next target of the Akatsuki organization is our Uegakure village. Boom! Before Onaki finished speaking, there was a loud explosion outside. Organize defense immediately. After Onaki gave the order, he flew out of the window as soon as possible. Then he found a giant clay bird hovering in the sky of the Uegakure village, and small clay birds swooped down from the sky, and rows of buildings were blown up. Damn Deidara! Onaki recognized these clay attacks at a glance. They were the masterpieces of his good apprentice Deidara. Without making a seal, he aimed his hands at the giant clay bird. Dust release, original world separation technique. A cylindrical beam of light shot out from between his hands and quickly hit the clay bird, directly decomposing the clay bird into atoms. 6 figures jumped down from above and stood on the ground looking at Onoki. The 2 sides officially met. After a while, one figure after another came towards. They came here and soon surrounded the place. Is it Akatsuki? Onaki ignored Deidara and looked at the leader. Pain, what is the purpose of you guys attacking Uegakure? According to the order of Shimura Danzo, we are capturing Jinchuriki. Pain was originally a puppet, so he could lie without changing his face, in order to prevent Uegakure from being affected. Third Tsuchikage, can you hand over the 4 tails and the 5 tails? Is it really for the tailed beasts? Onaki looked solemn. He already had information about pain. Whether it was Kangmai or Chibaku Tensei, they had reached the level of destroying the village. Fortunately, he had prepared for the invasion of Iwagakure in advance, so the evacuation of civilians was also carried out in an orderly manner. As for the order of Danzo, he didn't believe a word. Who is Shimura Danzo? He can still command this group of unruly Akatsuki members. However, Onoki was not in a hurry to take action. The longer the time dragged on, the safer the civilians would be. Deidara, if you return to the Hidden Rock village now, I can still forgive you for the past. Deidara curled his lips and reminded, Old man, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, you should hand over your Jinchuriki. The village will never hand over its companions to the enemy. I am not Sarutobi Hiruzen. While answering, Onoki did not forget to recommend Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had already fallen. Uchiha Itachi frowned when he heard this, thinking that he was too naive before. Even when facing pain and the five of them, Onoki had no intention of handing over his companions, but Sarutobi Hiruzen handed over Hyaga Hayashi in the face of the threat from the Hidden Cloud village. And he, Uchiha Itachi, didn't kill many outsiders, but killed many of his own people. Old man, why are you doing this? Deidara said carelessly, even if you can resist this invasion, when the leader comes in person. Deidara, shut up. Scorpion interrupted quickly, and reminded, don't forget the lesson of Phaeton. Deidara heard this, remembered Kanna's stinginess and Phaeton's end, and decisively chose to shut up. Who is your leader? Onoki had already started to sweat. Originally thought that Pain, who had the Samsara Eye, was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, but unexpectedly, the leader of the Akatsuki organization was someone else. Even Pain can be used by him. You can imagine how strong the leader of the Akatsuki organization is. Deidara seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly opened his mouth to make amends. The leader of our Akatsuki organization is Shimura Danzo. Onoki. Everyone. Chapter 40. Onoki was a little surprised by Deidara's on-the-spot reaction. Although no one would believe what he said, it was already remarkable that Deidara could temporarily blame Danzo. You seem to be stalling for time. Pain seemed to see what Onoki was thinking and said, this is meaningless. Humph. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Seeing that the civilians were almost evacuated, Onoki gathered his hands together, and a ball of white light appeared in the hollow of his palms. Dust release, original realm peeling technique. Deidara hurriedly reminded, you guys be careful, the power of the old man's dust release is not weaker than the tailed beast ball. No need to worry. Pain also raised his hands, Shinra Tensei. Boom. Dust release and Shinra Tensei collided with each other, making a violent explosion. With this collision, it also indicated that the battle officially started. Pain ordered the people around him, Itaki, Kisame, you two are responsible for the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Deidara, Sasori, Konan, you three are responsible for the five-tailed Jinchuriki. Konan asked worriedly, Pain, what about you? Pain answered confidently, I will fight them all by myself. Konan was speechless. You really think you are Kanna? Besides, the other five paths of Pain are not here. It is estimated that it will be difficult to deal with a big wildwood with only one Tiendeo. Others will not care so much. After hearing the order, they will find their own targets. However, they are in the Hidden Rock village. In addition to the target, there are also a large number of Jonin and elite Jonin. However, this environment is also suitable for enlarging the range of ninjutsu. Anyway, there are many ninjas in the Hidden Rock village, and any large-scale ninjutsu can kill several ninjas. Water escape, Big Samadin technique. Kisame released a big Samadon, then jumped on it with Uchiha Itaki, and rode the shark straight to Lao Zi. Although many ninjas released ninjutsu to block them on the way, Big Samadon can absorb chakra, so it's not a big problem. Lao Zi also rushed towards the two people and made seals with both hands. Lava escape, burning river rock technique. He spit out a few lava from his mouth and hit Big Samadon. The temperature of the magma evaporated the water and finally turned into a few stones. Have you studied my weaknesses? Then try this. The next moment, Lao Zi turned into a magma man. Kisame grinned. With the ability to restrain the opponent, he planned to single out Lao Zi. Mr. Itaki, I will take care of Old Purple. You will be responsible for covering him. No need. Itaka's single eye turned into a Manjiki Sharingan and looked at Old Purple, Tsukuyomi. The next second, Old Purple was dragged into the Tsukuyomi space and tortured for 3 days and 3 nights. He didn't even have time to use the tailed beast transformation before he fainted on the ground. It's not that Old Purple is not as good as Kakashi, but Itaki in the original book just let Kakashi off. Damn it, we can't let them succeed. The nearby Iwagakure ninjas formed seals together, and stone pillars rose from the ground, trying to attack Uchiha Itaki and Kisame. Uchiha Itaki's single eye directly activated the third form of Susanoo, and the Yasakami swept across to block all the attacks. Then he used the Ten-Fist Sword to stab the unconscious Old Purple. The next second, Old Purple was sealed in the Ten-Fist Sword. It only took a few seconds for Old Purple to be killed by Uchiha Itaki alone. Kisame blinked his cross-eyed eyes, thinking that it was done. Isn't it too fast? Don't be dazed, Kisame, let's go meet up with Deidara, Sasori, and the others. Compared to their smooth progress, Deidara and Sasori were much more miserable, and they were suppressed. If Deidara hadn't had the air advantage, he would have been killed. After all, they had to deal with Han and Huangtu, as well as most of the Jounin of Iwagakure, who knew Deidara's abilities very well. And they met Konan, a bad teammate. Pain originally arranged for the 3 of them to deal with Han together, but Konan, the little fairy, didn't come with them, but stayed with Pain to assist. Fortunately, with the addition of Uchiha Itaki and Kisame, the situation was barely stabilized. Konan was also secretly glad that if she hadn't stayed to hold back the enemy, Pain probably wouldn't even have a chance to carry rice. Time passed little by little, and explosions could be heard from time to time in the Iwagakure village. Pain was being watched closely by Onoki. With everyone able to fly, he had no chance to carry the rice. Not long after, Deidara, Sasori, Kisame, and Uchiha Itaki came over, with Kisame still carrying the unconscious Han. Pain, the mission is complete. Pain nodded, then retreat. Damn it, I can't let you go like this. When Onoki saw this scene, he was really angry this time and put his hands together. Pain with his hands together, a black ball appeared out of thin air. Go, Chibaku Tensei. Pain pushed the black ball into the sky with one palm, and at the same time, dust release also hit Pain's body, directly decomposing Pain's lower body. Yahiko. Konan called out Yahiko's name with a distressed look on her face. It's okay, Konan, let's retreat. Even though Pain lost his lower body, he still looked cool, and his tone of voice was still cold. Pain did not fall down after landing, but supported himself with his hands, then turned into a half-dead spirit, and quickly retreated outside the hidden rock village with his hands. Deidara, Kisame, and Scorpion saw Pain's funny posture of running with his hands, and tried hard not to laugh out loud. But Konan couldn't help it, and Paper Wings appeared behind her, caught up with Pain, and held him in her arms and retreated from the air. Pain tried to save some face and argued lightly, Konan, even if I lost my lower body, it still wouldn't affect my actions. I know, I know. Konan said casually, she really couldn't bear to see Yahiko in such a miserable state. Although Onoki wanted to catch up, he still held back when he saw that the hidden rock village was being sucked up to the sky by the black ball. He put his hands together again, aimed at the black ball in the center of Chibaku Tensei, mobilized all the chakra in his body, and looked determined. Uchiha Itachi could find the weakness of Chibaku Tensei, and Onoki, who had been the Tsuchikage for so many years, could naturally find it. As long as the core black sphere is destroyed from a long distance, it should be able to stop it. No matter what technique it is, it must have its weakness, dust release, original realm stripping technique. The huge beam of light hit the black sphere, and a huge explosion occurred in the air. Because Onoki had used up all his chakra, he was blown away by the aftermath of the explosion. Fortunately, Huangtu appeared and caught him. On the clay giant bird in the distance, Deodara looked at the explosion in the sky of the hidden rock village and silently gave Onoki a thumbs up. I didn't expect that the old man also understands art, hey. Pain's face looked a little bad. He didn't expect that his Chibaku Tensei was actually broken by Onoki. It seems that when he fought with Kanna, the idea of using Chibaku Tensei to seal the other party was too presumptuous. Since Onoki can break Chibaku Tensei, it will probably be easier for Kanna to destroy it. Chapter 41. The Base of Akatsuki. Kanna ignored the Jinkriki who was brought back, and stared blankly at Pain who was walking with two hands but still maintained a cool expression. She wondered what Pain was doing, cause half-dead spirit, Dogukan. But one thing was certain, that is, the current Pain was not as tall as himself, which made him feel an inexplicable sense of intimacy. Come on! Pain, come here quickly so I can touch your dog head. However, Pain was too lazy to pay attention to him. He pushed his hands hard and jumped into the mouth of Yama who was summoned from the hell. After chewing for a while, the 1.8-meter tall Pain walked out intact again. Pain looked down at Kanna and said in a flat tone, "Leader, the mission is completed." Kanna curled her lips and immediately felt that the other party was not friendly. "You six take a break. I'll call back Orochimaru and Black Zetsu, and then we can seal the Jinchuriki together." Kanna left this sentence and went to find Orochimaru with an unhappy face. In the land of fields, in the hidden sound village. When Orochimaru saw Kanna, he told her about Black Zetsu's request for Kabuto Yakushi to reincarnate Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara will definitely be reincarnated, but there's no rush. Kanna touched her chin, thinking it was time to talk to Black Zetsu. When Black Zetsu possesses Danzo and performs the reincarnation technique to resurrect Uchiha Madara, let him resurrect a few more people. Orochimaru, go back to Akatsuki and help seal the 4 tails and the 5 tails. I believe Tsunade and Jiraiya will be able to capture the 6 tails Jinkriki soon. Of course, no problem. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue and flicked it around his face, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Leader, can you tell me what your ultimate goal is?" "It's okay to tell you." Kanna glanced at Orochimaru and nodded, "My goal is to resurrect the mother of the 6 Paths Sage, Kagaya Otsutsuki, the ancestor of Chakra." Considering Orochimaru's scientific research ability, Kanna told him the information about Kagaya Otsutsuki, that is, a very powerful but naive person with no combat experience. This included the opportunity to resurrect Kagaya Otsutsuki, that is, to let Black Zetsu say something from the heart to the 10 tails Jinkriki. After hearing this, Orochimaru couldn't help wiping his cold sweat, thinking that it was fortunate that he didn't have the idea of the 10 tails, otherwise he would definitely be used by Kanna as a sacrifice to resurrect Kaguya. So, leader, are you using Danzo as a sacrifice to revive Kaguya Otsutsuki? It depends on the situation. Kanna was not sure either. After all, he didn't know how to pull the 10 tails out of the Jinchuriki. If that didn't work, he could just let Danzo be the sacrifice to revive Kaguya Otsutsuki. Orochimaru had a lot of questions in his head, but he didn't ask more questions. Instead, he asked the last question, Leader, who is stronger between you and Kaguya Otsutsuki? Puff. Ha ha ha. Kanna couldn't help but turn into the fifth Uchiha laughing wildly after hearing this. Not to mention herself, even if Six Paths Madara's value was far lower than Kaguya's, he could still beat Kaguya. Just look at Kaguya's journey to the ninja world and you will know. After sneaking an attack on Ishiki Otsutsuki, she was clearly invincible. Because he was afraid of being hunted down by his clan members, he didn't think about how to improve his strength, but actually thought of creating trash cannon fodder like White Zetsu. He had no brains at all. Okay, Orochimaru, you don't need to worry about Kaguya. No matter how strong she is just a female character. Don't worry about her. Although Orochimaru didn't understand what female characters were, he could still tell from Kanna's words that he didn't take Kaguya Otsutsuki seriously at all. In the following period, the Akatsuki organization successfully captured the six-tailed fox and the seven-tailed fox. Jiraiya and Tsunade, two members of the Akatsuki organization who wore Akatsuki's clothes and swaggered to capture the six-tailed fox, were naturally exposed. Konoha Village, Hokage's office. Kanna, who has a bad temper, the first thing she did when she returned to Konoha was to let Narashika announce that Jiraiya and Tsunade were S-level rebel ninjas of Konoha. Narashika was a little embarrassed. Then, Lord Hokage, is there any misunderstanding? No misunderstanding. Jiraiya and Tsunade wore Akatsuki's clothes and captured the Six Tails Jinchuriki in the Land of Water. They have betrayed the will of fire. Kanna slammed the table and stood up, her light blue eyes scanning everyone. The next target of Akatsuki is definitely the 8 tails, and then the 9 tails of our Konoha. Yes, Lord Hokage. Although Narashika didn't believe that Jiraiya and Tsunade would join Akatsuki, the facts were in front of him, so he could only helplessly announce to the public that Jiraiya and Tsunade were S-level rebels of Konoha. Compared with Konoha, the hidden cloud village can be said to beta wind was howling. They knew that the next target of Akatsuki was their 8 tails Jinchuriki killer bee. Darui even sent people to the other 4 major countries to send an alliance, asking the 5 major countries to unite and attack the Rain country together. According to Darui's idea, after Akatsuki captured the 8 tails, the next target would be Konoha's 9 tails. In addition, Kanna and the 3 ninjas broke up, so they would definitely agree to their alliance. Unfortunately, except for the Sand Village, the other 3 ninja villages didn't even pay attention to him. Onoki's idea was very simple. Their rock village was hit hard and there were no tailed beasts anymore. Akatsuki would naturally not attack him again. And he didn't want to see Konoha alone. Kanna and Akatsuki were very powerful, it would be best if both sides were defeated. This was the outcome he most wanted to see. There was nothing to say about the Mist Village. It was Kanna's private territory. As for Konoha Village, Kanna replied that Konoha didn't need allies, but only obedient younger brothers. If you obey, you are a younger brother. If you don't obey, you are a dog. Let the Hidden Cloud Village choose for themselves. When Darui saw Kanna's reply to him, he was so angry that he was possessed by the 4th Raikage and smashed the table with one punch. Kanna Kamui, this evil brat! Darui was so angry that black lightning burst out of his body. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Once the Akatsuki organization's plan succeeds, does that brat think she can still do whatever she wants? Lord Rakage, please calm down." The speaker was Mabi, the secretary of the Rakage. Her role was similar to that of the Nara clan in Konoha. She was calm, capable, full of wisdom and talent, and good at judging and analyzing the battle situation. She looked at Darui, who had always been calm, and became like the previous Rakage, and spoke to calm his emotions. "After all, Kanna-chan is as powerful as the first Hokage, so she is naturally unwilling to form an alliance with us. When Akatsuki invades Konoha, Konoha will suffer losses and will naturally choose to form an alliance. I also want to see Konoha and Akatsuki fighting each other." Darui sighed and continued, "But Akatsuki's next target is Senior Killer B, not Konoha. Allies are based on the equal strength of both sides. Even if we form an alliance, we can't count on Konoha. We should first form an alliance with the Sand Village, wait until we get through this difficulty, and then seek a 5-cage conference, and then destroy the Akatsuki all at once." Mabai naturally knew that with their Cloud Village and Sand Village, they were no match for the Akatsuki. What they have to do now is to defend this attack, save Killer B, and finally form an alliance with the 5 major ninja villages. Chapter 42. Akatsuki Base. The Akatsuki members had just sealed the 7 tails, and now they were all together to rest. Bang! That evil brat, Kanna-chan. Tsunade, wearing a black robe with red clouds, smashed a stone table with anger, and gnashed her teeth and cursed, "It was she who asked us to join Akatsuki, and now she is announcing that we are S-class rebels in Konoha. What does that mean?" Kakuzu, who was washing clothes, heard the noise, stopped his work, looked at Tsunade and said lightly, "Senju Tsunade, this stone table is worth 286,500 taels in total." Tsunade glared at Kakuzu fiercely, "No money. It doesn't matter if you don't have money, you can borrow from Jiraiya, or deduct it from next month's budget. Kakuzu doesn't care whether you are Tsunade or Pain of Konoha, even if Kanna wants money, it depends on whether he is willing." After all, Kanna had promised him that if anyone wanted to take money from him in the future, as long as there was no legitimate reason, even if it was Kanna herself, he could refuse to give it. Tsunade was tricked by Kanna into becoming a traitor to Konoha, and she was already furious. And Kakuzu happened to come to her at this time, so she naturally wouldn't be polite. She immediately raised her eyebrows at Kakuzu. "Kakuzu, do you want to fight with me?" "I won't fight with you." Kakuzu knew himself well. With Tsunade knowing his ability, he should not be her opponent. But he didn't lose the battle, and snorted coldly, "Humph! Senju Tsunade, I am the financial director of Akatsuki." Tsunade. "Okay Tsunade, the 5th generation should have her plan." Jiraiya was a little tired, not to mention Tsunade, even he was a little angry. It was Kanna who ordered him and Tsunade to capture the 6-tailed Jinchuriki, but they were treated like this. Anyone would be angry. Tsunade was a little irritated, as if she had thought of something. "Jiraiya, doesn't the big toad sage of Myaboku Mountain often predict? Has it predicted Kanna?" Jiraiya's face froze when he heard this, as if he remembered some bad memories. Last time he went to Myaboku Mountain to ask the big toad sage if Kanna was the child of prophecy. As a result, the big toad sage had a dream and told him with a cold sweat on his face. From now on, wherever Kanna is present, the toads of Myaboku Mountain cannot be summoned, not even a tadpole, otherwise Myaboku Mountain will unilaterally tear up the summoning contract. Tsunade noticed Jiraiya's unnaturalness and couldn't help but feel curious. "Jiraiya, what's wrong with you?" "Nothing." Jiraiya recovered quickly and waved his hand. "The great Toad Sage seems to be very afraid of the 5th generation." "Not really, it's just a prophecy." "Would that kid cause trouble for Myaboku Mountain because of a prophecy?" After hearing Tsunade's words, Haiden nearby couldn't help but roll his eyes. "It depends on whether this prophecy is good or bad for the leader. If it's not good, I guess skinning and cramping are the least of it." "Haiden, be careful of your mouth," Kakuzu reminded. Haiden shut up decisively, thinking that these words should not offend the leader. Right, Uchiha Itachi sat quietly and listened, seeming to enjoy this feeling. Now the 3 ninjas of Konoha are members of the Akatsuki organization like him. Kanna is also the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and Sasuke has also been resurrected. It seems that everything is developing in a good direction. Kisame is studying his Manjiki Sharingan. "Mr. Itachi, why is my Manjiki blurring?" "Then you'd better use it less in the future. The power of the Manjiki will gradually lose its brightness as it is used more and more times." After listening to Uchiha Itachi's explanation, Kisame immediately felt that this Manjiki was not so good. Since he couldn't use Kamui infinitely, what was the use of this Sharingan? "Mr. Itachi, I don't want this Manjiki anymore. You can change my original eye back." Itachi glanced at him and said lightly, "It stinks." Kisame was stunned. "Stinked? What do you mean?" "Literally, your original eye has rotted." "Such a rare eye, why don't you keep it for me?" Hearing this, Kisame was struck by lightning. If his original eye rots, what will he do when his Manjiki becomes blind? Among the people he had met, he had never met anyone with the same dotted eyes as him. Even if he wanted to change his eyes, he would only have one large and one small cross-eyed. From this, we can see that in the world of Naruto, dotted eyes are rarer than the samsara eyes. Because many people have the samsara eyes, but only Kisame has dotted eyes. Ha ha ha. Deidara was amused by the conversation between the two, and after laughing, he suggested, "Kisame, why don't you just change your 2 eyes? Just change them all to Sharingan. Even if there is no Manjiki, there are still many 3 Magatama leaders." Kisame naturally didn't want to, because there is only one Sharingan in the world now. While all the employees of Akatsuki were taking a break, the boss Kanna was working overtime alone. Due to the geographical environment of Kumagakure, there were thunders in the sky, which was very suitable for Kanna's battle. Kanna didn't even need to mobilize much power. As long as she summoned the thunder in the sky, she could destroy the entire Kumagakure at once. In the Raikage's office at this time, Darui was discussing with Killer Bee how to deal with the invasion of Akatsuki. Compared to the sad-faced Darui, Killer Bee was very open-minded, and even had the mood to sing, dance, and rap. Just then, Mabi rushed in and said in a hurried voice, "Lord Raikage, Lord Killer Bee, the perception team has detected that the thunderclouds in the sky are gathering towards Kumagakure. Is there such a thing?" Darui came to the window and looked up at the sky, frowning, feeling that things were not that simple. "Mabi, notify the villagers to enter the shelter, and the rest of the people follow me to take a look outside." Mabi nodded and went to arrange the work. 10,000 meters above the hidden cloud village, Kanna transformed into a birdman and used her ability to gather nearby thunderclouds here. He can use his own lightning energy to trigger thunder, which will bomb the ground indiscriminately according to her wishes. As long as the place is covered by thunderclouds, the thunder can destroy everything in this place. But Kanna did not intend to do so, because he had already regarded the hidden cloud village as his private property. "What's that sentence?" Kanna stretched out her chubby little hand. Oh, I remember, disappear in the thunder. 10,000 thunders. With a clench of his hands, lightning bolts from the sky struck the ground. No ninjutsu could resist the attack of 10,000 thunderbolts. Boom boom boom. The lightning bolts bombarded the ground indiscriminately, and both ninjas and civilians wailed everywhere. Damn, there's someone in the sky. Kirabe looked up at the sky and saw only a small black dot. He couldn't see who it was. And in their hidden cloud village, no one could fight back against the enemy at an altitude of 10,000 meters. With no other choice, Kirabe could only transform into a tailed beast and plan to use the tailed beast ball of the eight tail to shoot at the sky. Chapter 43. After Killer Bee turned into a tailed beast, he immediately opened his mouth and released the tailed beast ball towards Kanna in the sky. Kanna in the sky looked disdainful and controlled the lightning to hit the tailed beast ball, and the two cancelled each other out. However, the lightning was infinite, and it hit the eight tails at an astonishing speed. If Kanna hadn't deliberately avoided the head, the eight tails might have died. Lord Killer Bee. The Cloud Ninjas watched the eight tails in its full form first have its 8 octopus tentacles chopped off by lightning, and then the lightning fell on its body. But they couldn't do anything. After all, the enemy was 10,000 meters in the air, and the attack method was lightning. The next second, Killer Bee was beaten back to his original form and fainted on the ground. Senior Killer Bee. Boom! Darui wanted to rescue him, but suddenly a fat blue dragon swooped down from the sky, staring at Darui with its huge eyeballs. But Kanna didn't say anything. After all, not many people knew that he was the leader of Akatsuki. Is this a dragon? Darui looked at the fat dragon as big as the eight tails and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. After reacting, he immediately released a ninjutsu attack. Storm Release. Darui didn't even have time to shout out the name of the move. A huge dragon claw appeared in front of him, and the next moment, he was directly bounced out by a head blast. Kanna didn't kill him, but grabbed Killer Bee's body, flapped his wings and flew away. After Darui got up, he looked at the fat dragon's back with an unwilling look. Then he looked at the surroundings after being bombed by 10,000 thunders, couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old blood, and fainted. Lord Rakage. Mabi hurriedly stepped forward to help Darui up and ordered the medical ninja to send him for treatment. Looking at the ruins around her, even though she was always calm, she was at a loss at this moment. Akatsuki Base. Kanna brought the unconscious Killer Bee in, and Feijuan was the first to flatter him. You are worthy of being the leader. It's easy to deal with the eight tail. Kanna blinked and looked at Feijuan with some surprise, thinking that this guy might have been possessed by someone. Otherwise, flattering is not in line with Feijuan's personality. Okay Feijuan, can't you just have a hand to deal with the eight tail? Seal the eight tail first, and the nine tail. Kanna pointed at Orochimaru, ask him. Tsunade came over aggressively and asked, Hey! My Hokage, what do you mean by declaring me and Jiraiya as traitors? Are you teaching me to do things? Kanna looked up and stared into Tsunade's eyes, and said lightly, Don't forget, I am the Hokage. Oh, you are the Hokage, but I am no longer a Konoha ninja. Kanna was stunned. He was stunned, and then changed his words, Don't forget Tsunade, I am the leader of Akatsuki. You, don't be so arrogant. Tsunade's temper finally couldn't help but yelled, I quit now. Are you sure now you are a traitor to Konoha? If you betray Akatsuki again, I can only let Konoha and Akatsuki hunt you down at the same time. You. Tsunade clenched her fists and stared at Kanna. She wanted to get angry but didn't dare to. She had never seen such a bad kid in her life. Kanna raised her eyebrows. Tsunade, what are you looking at? If Tsunade dared to say what's wrong with looking at you, Kanna wouldn't mind letting her experience Konoha's secret again. Others looked at Tsunade with an attitude of watching a show. In the end, Tsunade still didn't dare to say what's wrong with looking at you, but just snorted coldly and turned her head to the side. Kanna nodded with satisfaction and announced a rule at the same time. Listen everyone in Akatsuki, I'm announcing a rule, that is, subordinates cannot talk back to me as the leader, do you hear me? Report to the leader, I heard you. I can't hear you, speak louder, if I can't hear you, keep talking, until I hear you. Everyone. After Akatsuki established his power again, Kanna handed the 8 tails and the 9 tails to those people in Akatsuki and stopped caring about them. What he has to do now is to go back to Konoha to hold a 5-cage conference. At that time, he will let the other 4-cage support him as the person in charge of the ninja world at the 5-cage conference. If anyone disagrees, let the 12 evil people in Akatsuki go to their ninja village to mess around, and see how many times their ninja village can withstand pain's rise. Kanna had just walked out of the cave when she found someone peeping at her. She knew it was Black Zetsu without looking. But he didn't care much, anyway, he was not in a hurry at all, and the one who was in a hurry was Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu is indeed very anxious, because the seal will be completed soon. 9-tailed beasts. The original plan was to revive the 10 tails and let Nagato use the Samsara technique to revive Uchiha Madara, thus opening the infinite moon reading. At that time, he only needed to secretly say a heartfelt word to Uchiha Madara to revive his mother. Now, there is an extra Kanna Kamui for no reason. The key is that he still doesn't know what Kanna Kamui's purpose is in collecting tailed beasts, and he knows Kanna's temper more or less, and she is not so easy to fool. But this is the closest time to rescue his mother. The 9-tailed beasts have been collected and the Samsara Eye is ready. This is his only chance. In the end, Black Zetsu couldn't help it and turned into a pitcher plant and grew in front of Kanna. Hello, Chief. Oh, it's Black Zetsu. Kanna looked at Black Zetsu with some amusement and asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Chief, just call me Little Zetsu. Oh, Little Zetsu, what do you want to talk to me about? Kanna did not refuse, and stared at Black Zetsu with her light blue eyes. Black Zetsu felt a little stressed out by being stared at, as if Kanna could see through his heart. At this moment, he wanted to back down, but finally gritted his teeth and decided to fight. Chief, can you tell me the purpose of collecting the tailed beasts? Kanna touched her chin, thinking about what kind of reason she should find to fool Black Zetsu. After a long while, Kanna seemed to have thought of something, turned around, put her hands behind her, and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. When I was fighting in space, I felt extremely bored. At that time, a fortune teller told me that there was someone on a distant planet who could fight with me and satisfy my desire to fight. Kanna said this, she stopped looking at the sky, came to Black Zetsu and patted his shoulder, and that person is Kagaya Otsutsuki. This is why I collect tailed beasts, the purpose is to revive Kagaya Otsutsuki. Black Zetsu. Damn, you almost scared me to death. If you have this purpose, you should have said it earlier. At this moment, Black Zetsu was both excited and worried. Excited because Kanna's purpose was the same as his, both to rescue Kagaya Otsutsuki. Worried about what if his mother is not Kanna's opponent. If his mother was beaten to death, then he, Black Zetsu, would have no mother. Chapter 44. Black Zetsu was not so confident this time. He saw what Kanna did in the hidden cloud village with his own eyes, and felt that his mother was very likely not Kanna's opponent. Chief, if that guy named Kagaya Otsutsuki was not your opponent, would you kill her? Kanna looked at Black Zetsu with some surprise. He dared to call Kagaya Otsutsuki that guy. It seemed that he lacked education. Of course not. I just want a hearty battle. How could I kill people? That's good. What did you say? I said that the leader finally achieved a hearty battle. It's really great. Black Zetsu finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then quickly began to express his loyalty. Chief, please tell me what tasks you have, and I, Black Zetsu, will do my duty. Kanna nodded her head with satisfaction. There is indeed something for you to do. Go through fire and water, leader. Kanna did not hide her plan and told Black Zetsu. That is to make Danzo the Jinkriki of the 10 Tails first, and then let Black Zetsu possess Danzo to resurrect some people after defeating Danzo. Master Chief, who do you want to resurrect? Let's talk about it later. I haven't thought about it yet. Kanna waved her hand. Okay, Master Chief, little Zetsu will take his leave now. The excitement in Black Zetsu's voice was almost uncontrollable. Damn, it's been 1,000 years, and he will be able to see his mother soon. Kanna couldn't help but twitch her mouth, thinking that Black Zetsu was a bit disgusting. He actually let people call him Little Zetsu. Damn, he's over 1,000 years old. During this period, the ninja world was very uneasy. The news that the hidden cloud village was invaded quickly spread throughout the ninja world. The invader was a big fat dragon with blue feathers, suspected to be the leader of the Akatsuki organization. According to the intelligence, this fat dragon can control lightning and has the power to easily destroy a large ninja village. The disaster level is: the first to the 8th tails have been captured by the Akatsuki organization, and now only the 9 tails of Konoha is left. As a result, other ninja villages, big and small, sent spies to the land of fire to lurk, hoping to get first-hand information. Is Kanna stronger or is Akatsuki stronger? Konoha village, Hokage's office. Hokage, Akatsuki's next target must be Kyuubi-sama. What should we do now? Everyone present looked worried. Kanna followed Doflamingo's example, sitting cross-legged on the conference table arrogantly, looking around. He found a problem. It seemed that except for Narashikawa, the patriarchs of other tribes almost never expressed their opinions, at most they just nodded in agreement. As for shaking their heads in opposition, sorry, they don't have this option in front of Kanna. Don't worry, I've said it before, I'm invincible, the Akatsuki people don't dare to come. Kanna waved her hand indifferently, and then ordered Narashikawa, Shikawa, notify everyone, I'm going to hold the 5-cage conference in the Iron Country. But Hokage, what if the Akatsuki attacks Konoha after you leave? Narashikawa arched his hands. How about Hokage, take Kyuubi with you? Others have the same idea as Narashikawa. After all, they all know how powerful the Akatsuki is, and the only one they can count on is Kanna. If Kanna takes Kyuubi to the Iron Country, then the Akatsuki will have to fight the Iron Country, and Konoha will be safe. Kanna glanced at Narashikawa, thinking that you are trying to divert the trouble. Does old man Mifune agree? Okay, I'll ask Kurama later. You just need to follow my orders and don't try to teach me how to do things. Yes, Hokage. Kanna said so, and the others could only accept it. In the following time, Narashika started to contact the shadows of other ninja villages and launched a 5-shadow meeting to them, and the venue was set in the Iron Country. When Mifune of the Iron Country learned the news, he was confused. No, you can hold a 5-shadow meeting if you want to, why do you want to set the venue in his Iron Country? Did he agree so? Mifune made a statement to the public as soon as possible. It means that the Iron Country is a neutral country and will not participate in any ninja village fights. Don't get close to me. Kanna also made a statement to the public, saying that holding a 5-shadow meeting in your Iron Country is a sign of respect for you, and hopes that the Iron Country will not be ungrateful, otherwise. The Hidden Mist Village released a message to the public, saying that it agreed to participate in the 5-shadow alliance of the Iron Country. With the agreement of the Kirigakuer, the Sand Village, the Cloud Village, and the Earth Village also issued a statement agreeing to the 5-cage alliance of the Iron Country. When Mifune heard the news, he almost vomited blood. At this moment, Mifune finally understood Hanzo's feelings back then. The 5-cage alliance the gangsters fought, and the location of the fight was set in the Rain Country without the consent of the Rain Country. The 5 gangsters held a meeting, and the meeting was set in the Iron Country without the consent of the Iron Country. Time passed little by little, and the day of the 5-cage conference was getting closer and closer. What disappointed everyone was that the Akatsuki organization did not attack Konoha. This is unscientific. They have obviously collected the 1 tail to the 8 tail, and only the 9 tail is missing. Is the Akatsuki organization afraid of Konoha's 5th-generation Hokage Kanna Kamui at this moment, in Konoha village, at the door of Kakashi's house? Kanna put on the Hokage's divine robe, with the Hokage's bamboo hat on his back, and with his height of only 1.1 meters, he looked like a ninja turtle. Boom! Kakashi and Obito, who were cultivating their relationship, were startled by the door that suddenly flew in. Hokage-sama, what are you doing? No time to explain, Kakashi, Obito, you two will be my guards to attend the 5-cage conference. Yes, Hokage-sama. As a Konoha ninja, Kakashi naturally did not dare to disobey Kanna's orders. Obito was immediately unhappy when he heard this. He was hurt so badly by this guy, why I won't go? Obito, I'm not asking for your opinion, I'm ordering you. Kanna glanced at Obito indifferently, disobeying the Hokage's order. Do you want to betray the will of fire and become a rebel ninja? You. Enough, Obito. Obito wanted to refute, but was pulled back by Kakashi, who whispered in Obito's ear, Obito, you'd better listen to the Hokage's orders. Obito snorted coldly when he heard this and stopped talking. There was no way, who made him inferior to others in strength, even his Manjiki was taken away. Kanna nodded in satisfaction. As long as it didn't hurt her own interests, Kanna didn't care about Obito's mistakes. Obito killed Minato Namikaze and Kushina. Kanna said that she was not familiar with them and that they were dead. Didn't you see that Kakashi didn't say much as for the genocide of the Uchiha clan? To be honest, in the Uchiha clan, Kanna's best friend was only Sasuke. Apart from Sasuke, the only people he had some interactions with were Mikoto and Fugaku. He deliberately distanced himself from other Uchiha clan members. At this moment, a green figure jumped out. It was Might Guy. Hokage-sama, since Obito doesn't want to go, why don't you let me go? Chapter 45. Kakashi looked at Might Guy who looked hopeful, and then looked at Obito who looked arrogant, and was embarrassed for a moment. Because Kanna said that only 2 guards were needed, and gave him the right to decide, whether to choose his best friend Obito or his best friend Might Guy, this was a question. I choose Obito. Obito, Kakashi, are you sure? Kakashi nodded, I'm sure. Might Guy burst into tears after hearing this. Kanna raised his middle finger to Kakashi, bah, scumbag. Kakashi was speechless. How could he be a scumbag? Besides, Obito and Guy were just his best friends, not his lovers. Kanna said Kakashi was a scumbag for a reason. Since the death of Konoha White Fang, Only Might Guy did not alienate him, but accompanied him through that lonely period with battle after battle. When he was on a mission with Kakashi and Nohara Rin, Might Guy also went alone to lure the enemy. After so many years of relationship, Kakashi decisively abandoned Kai just because his former lover Obito came back. What else could he be but a scumbag? Kanna thought of this and gave Obito a middle finger. Bah, green tea. Obito. Iron Country. This is the most famous neutral country of ninja. But that was all in the past. When Kanna insisted on holding the 5-cage conference in Iron Country had already lost its neutral qualification. Although Mifune was unwilling, as the host, he naturally had to personally take charge of the presidency to prevent these gangsters from causing any trouble, especially Konoha's 5th-generation Hokage Kanna Kamui. Kanna and the other two came here riding the 9-tailed fox, so they were the first to arrive in Iron Country. I remember in the original book, the first 5-cage conference was when Hashirama Senju kowtowed to send off the tailed beast, and his attitude was very humble. Kanna patted the fox head of the 9-tailed fox. Kurama, if I remember correctly, at the first 5-cage conference, did the first Hokage Senju Hashirama kowtow to the leaders of other countries and give away the tailed beasts? Well, I'm not sure whether he kowtowed or not, but it is true that he gave the tailed beasts to other ninja villages. Humph, that's enough. Kanna snorted coldly and said coldly, Senju Hashirama's behavior has betrayed the will of fire. I will tear down his Hokage rock head and declare him an S-level traitor of Konoha. Kakashi was sweating profusely after hearing this, and said weakly, Hokage, the first Hokage has been dead for so many years after all. Isn't this not good? There's nothing wrong. He is the sinner of Konoha. If he hadn't distributed the tailed beasts to other ninja villages, there wouldn't have been so many Konoha ninjas killed in the 3 ninja world wars. They were all indirectly killed by him. The more Kanna thought about it, the more she felt that she was right. At most, she only killed tens of thousands of Konoha civilians and thousands of Konoha ninjas. The number of Konoha ninjas killed by Hashirama Senju is at least several times his. Obito, do you think what I said makes sense? After listening to Kanna's explanation, Obito really thought that was the case. If Hashirama Senju had not distributed the tailed beasts to other countries, Rin would not have become the 3 tails Jinchuriki, and Rin would definitely not have died. So in summary, it was not Kakashi or Uchiha Madara who killed Rin, but that damn Hashirama Senju. Thinking of this, Obito said fiercely, it makes sense. Okay, when the 5-cage conference is over, I will declare Hashirama Senju the sinner of Konoha. Obito followed and agreed, that must be done. If he hadn't distributed the tailed beasts, Rin would not have died. Everything is his fault. Kanna was confused when she heard this. He really couldn't figure out Obito's brain circuit. Hashirama Senju had been dead for decades, so how could he be related to the death of Nohara Rin? Kakashi beside him was thoughtful, and for a moment he felt that what Obito said made some sense. The first generation did make a stupid decision back then. Okay, when we go back, we'll tear down his Hokage rock head and declare him a traitor to Konoha. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito nodded at the same time, thinking that this was a good idea. Just as Kanna, Kakashi, and Obito were discussing what crime to charge Hashirama Senju with, Mifune came over with a group of Star Wars armored soldiers. Sorry, 5th Hokage, in order not to cause panic, the 9 tails cannot enter the territory of the Iron Kingdom. Shit baboon, you're looking for death. The 9 tails had a bad temper, and he opened his mouth to throw a tailed beast ball at the other side. Kurama, don't be angry, let me talk to him. Kanna jumped down from the 9 tails head, walked to Mifune and raised her head. "Mr. Mifune, I received a report from a spy saying that your Iron Country has weapons of mass destruction that can destroy the ninja world. How do you explain this?" Mifune was stunned when he heard this. He was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted, he broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly explained, "Your Excellency the Fifth Hokage, did you misunderstand? How could our Iron Country have weapons of mass destruction?" "Humph!" Nine-Tails snorted coldly and began to condense the tailed beast jade again. "Kuroma, don't use the tailed beast jade indiscriminately. Put it away first, I'll talk to him." Kanna first appeased the Nine-Tails, jumped and grabbed Sanfune's beard and pulled him down, saying viciously, "Since the Iron Country has no weapons of mass destruction, why don't you dare to let the Nine-Tails in?" Sanfune was angry, but he didn't dare to get angry. Is there any inevitable connection between the two? Speaking of weapons of mass destruction, isn't the Nine-Tails behind you one? Is there any need to doubt it? Okay, the Nine-Tails can come in, but your Excellency the Fifth Hokage must restrain it. Humph! Wouldn't it be better if you said so earlier? Kanna snorted coldly and jumped on the Nine-Tails' head again. Kakashi asked in a low voice, "Hokage, does the Iron Country really have a weapon of mass destruction that can destroy the ninja world in one blow?" "I doubt they do." Kanna nodded seriously and said in a deep voice, "But no matter what, even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, we must nip this possibility in the bud." "Obito, so?" "Kanna, in order to prevent the ninja world from being destroyed, the Iron Country must be controlled." The second person to arrive at the Iron Country was Luo Shat, and his guards were 2 extra jonin. There was no other way, there was really no one left in the Sand Village. The third person to arrive was Mei Terumi, and her guards were Ching and Kojuro. The fourth person to arrive was Darui, and his guards were the cows Samui and Xi. The last person to arrive was Onoki, and his guards were Huang Tu and Kuro Tuesday. Kuro Tu is not the future leg shadow yet, but just a little kid. As the initiator of this 5 shadow conference, Kanna was naturally the first to speak. "My purpose in initiating the 5-cage conference this time is to unite the 5 great ninja villages to resolve the threat of Shimura Danzo." "Your Excellency the Fifth Hokage, wait a minute." Rosa raised his hand and asked in confusion, "Aren't we going to deal with the Akatsuki organization? What does it have to do with Shimura Danzo?" Not to mention Raza, Onoki, Mei Terumi and Darui were all confused, not understanding why a small Danzo was worth them uniting. Chapter 46. Kanna knew these people would ask this, so she had already thought of a countermeasure. Danzo is the leader of the Akatsuki organization, and the blue fat dragon that invaded the hidden cloud village before was Danzo's summoned beast. I remember that Danzo's summoned beast is called Dream Taper, right? Onoki had dealt with Danzo before, so he naturally knew what kind of person Danzo was, and showed a look of disdain. Besides, if Danzo was really that strong, would he have to be driven out of Konoha by you? Third generation Tsuchikage, your information is outdated. Kanna shook her head and explained slowly, since Danzo left Konoha, he failed to summon spirits again, so he summoned himself to the Dragon Valley, and then he became the spokesperson for the Dragon Valley, with the purpose of infinite moon reading. Kanna babble, even she believed it. But it is obvious that no one believes Kanna's messy excuses except him. If they were not afraid of Kanna's strength and the 9 tails outside the door, everyone would have lost their temper. After waiting for Kanna to finish her performance, Darui sighed. "Sir, the 5th Hokage, let's talk about the Akatsuki organization." Kanna's pale blue eyes swept around. "You don't believe me?" Everyone was silent, obviously they didn't believe it. Not to mention them, even Kakashi and Obito standing behind him didn't believe it. I really can't understand, what gave you the illusion that Danzo is a small figure? Everyone was speechless. Didn't Danzo always give people the same feeling just when the atmosphere was awkward? Our hello brother officially appeared. Hello. Without the irritable fourth Reikage, this white Zetsu barely saved his life. Obito's mouth twitched. He was naturally very familiar with white Zetsu, but he was too lazy to expose it. Kanna pretended to be serious and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you? Did Danzo send you here?" "Yes, it was Danzo who sent me here." White Zetsu looked arrogant, opened his hands and shouted loudly, "Danzo asked me to inform you that the Fourth Shinobi World War will be declared here." Kanna was about to cooperate with White Zetsu in acting, but Onoki took decisive action. Dust release, original realm peeling technique. A square transparent barrier suddenly appeared and wrapped White Zetsu. The next second, White Zetsu was directly decomposed into atoms. Kanna was stunned for a moment, swallowed back what she was about to say, and looked at the old man with a bad look. "Onoki, what do you mean?" "Go Dame Hokage, the other party is just a jumping clown, no need to care." The others nodded. It's impossible that just an ordinary genin said he wanted to declare war, and the 5 major countries really have to prepare for war, right? Kanna sighed. It seems that Hello's prestige is not good, but fortunately he has a backup plan. The 5-cage conference continued, and they were all discussing how to deal with the Akatsuki organization. Kanna didn't say a word the whole time. Spiritual summoning technique. A voice came from outside the door, and then boom! The wooden door of the conference room flew in, followed by Danzo disguised as White Zetsu, and behind Danzo was Pain Six Paths. "I just heard someone say that I am a clown." Danzo looked at Onoki, and the corners of his mouth rose. "Onoki, is this true?" Onoki looked at Pain Six Paths following Danzo, and frowned. "I wondered what was going on. Why would Pain follow Danzo?" Darui asked a yellow-haired man beside him. "Xi, is he really Danzo?" "Lord Reikage, the other party's chakra is exactly the same as Danzo's." Onoki looked at Kanna. "Lord Fifth Hokage, won't you take action?" Kanna naturally ignored Onoki, but started the performance step by step. "Danzo, you finally dare to show up in front of me. I have collected 9-tailed beasts, why don't you dare to show up?" Danzo slammed his stick on the ground and smiled. "When I become the 10 Tails Jinkraki, I will become the next 6 Paths Sage. Who can kill me then?" "That's impossible." Kanna pointed at the 9 tails outside. "You haven't caught the 9 tails yet." "Go Dame, you seem to have forgotten that when Minato Namikaze sealed the 9 tails, he sealed half of the 9 tails in his son's body and the other half in his own body." Danzo said this, with an evil smile on his face, "and I only need to reincarnate Minato Namikaze to get the 9 tails, why should I bother to go to Konoha to capture it?" Hearing this, the faces of the other 4-cage changed. Although they didn't know what the 10 tails was, they knew that they had a strong desire to capture the 9 tails. The organization did capture 8-tailed beasts. Now the 6 paths of pain of Akatsuki are standing behind Danzo, which means that Danzo is very likely to be the leader behind Akatsuki. Then, in the 4th Ninja World War, I declare war here. White Zetsu disguised as Danzo finished declaring war and used the floating technique to escape immediately. Kanna seemed to have just reacted, and rushed to the front of the animal path with a flash, kicking the animal path several kilometers away. Shinra Tensei. The heavenly path pain used Shinra Tensei at the same time, and the repulsive force broke the entire conference room in an instant, before everyone could react. The next second, the animal path, which was kicked several kilometers away, used the summoning technique immediately to summon the other 5 paths of pain away, leaving only a mess at the scene. See, I said it a long time ago that all this was Danzo's conspiracy, and you still don't believe it. Kanna looked disappointed, and kept attacking the remaining 4 shadows. Look, Onoki, this is what you said, don't pay attention to it, Danzo Shimura is about to become the next 6 paths sage. Onoki was speechless. Who would have thought that Danzo could turn things around? It really fits the saying, no matter how many years you go, don't bully the old and poor. And Darui, have you forgotten the hatred between Yukato and Killer Bee? Darui looked unkind. Putting aside Yukato and Killer Bee, he still remembered that the 4th Raikage and 20,000 Cloud Ninjas were killed by Kanna. But at that time, their Cloud Village was the invading party. They could only blame themselves for not being able to defeat others and being killed by others. And you, Mei Terumi, I heard that you personally sent the 3 Jinchuriki Yagura to the Akatsuki organization. You must give me an explanation for this. Mei Terumi opened her mouth wide, thinking, isn't this your order from Kanna Kamui? Why are you blaming me? Finally, it's you, Luo Shat. Kanna paused when she said Luo Shat, as if Luo Shat had done nothing wrong. After thinking for a while, she decided to say something. Why are you so weak, Luo Shat? If you were stronger, Akatsuki would not be able to capture the one tail. Luo Shat, you disappoint me so much. Luo Shat scratched the back of his head with a silly look on his face, thinking that he was really sorry for being so weak. Chapter 47. Obito was probably the most sober person in the room, watching Kanna go all out and scold the other 4 kage. The other 4 cages were still being scolded as if they had done something wrong, and he was speechless. What Danzo was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, what was the mastermind behind the scenes, what was the 6 paths sage, all of this was just the conspiracy of the evil kid in front of him. These people were really sold out, and they had to help Kanna and Kamui count money. Kanna was so thirsty from scolding that she planned to drink a glass of water to moisten her throat before continuing to scold. Sir 5th Hokage, now is not the time for internal friction. Onaki took advantage of Kanna's break to drink water and asked, what we want to discuss is what to do next. Kanna rolled her eyes at Onoki, what else can we do? Of course, we should unite 100,000 ninjas to attack the Akatsuki organization. Darui raised his hand and asked, 5th-generation Hokage, shouldn't we try to stop Shimura Danzo from becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki? Kanna looked at him with contempt, 5th-generation Raikage, are you teaching me how to do things? Darui felt that there was no way to talk about this day. If he could not beat him, he swore to kill the evil kid in front of him immediately without waiting for a second. Humph! Kanna saw that Darui admitted his weakness, snorted coldly, and slammed the table directly. Now I propose that the 5 major ninja villages form a 100,000 strong ninja coalition to attack Shimura Danzo. Who agrees? Who opposes? I agree with Kirigakure. Kirigakure is Kanna's younger brother, so Mei Terumi naturally dares not disobey her elder brother. I agree too. Rosa followed closely and agreed, then changed the subject, but after the invasion of Akatsuki, Sand Village can only send out 4,000 ninjas at most. Seeing that Kirigakure and Sand Village both agreed, Darui had no choice but to agree, but he also said that Cloud Village could only send out 4,000 ninjas at most. Kanna was immediately unhappy when she heard this. 5th Raikage, I can understand that Sand Village can't spare ninjas in the desert and is taking the elite route, but how come your Kumo village can only produce 4,000 ninjas? Darui didn't even bother to look at him, and asked back in a sarcastic tone, 5th Hokage is really a noble man who forgets things easily. Kanna frowned, just speak properly, don't be sarcastic. Hokage. Before Darui could answer, Kakashi leaned into Kanna's ear and whispered, 20,000 ninjas from Kumo village were killed by you, and it's true that so many ninjas can't be spared. Kanna was a little embarrassed when she heard this. He had been thinking about the original work and had indeed forgotten that he had killed 20,000 ninjas from Kumo village. Not only that, when Akatsuki captured the two tails, Pain released a Chibuko Tensei in Kumo village, and when he captured the 8 tails, he harmed Kumo village again. Kumo village suffered 3 consecutive losses, and it was already very good to be able to spare 4,000 ninjas. So Kanna skipped Darui and asked Onoki, "Third Tsuchikage, how many people will your Iwagakure village send?" Onoki rolled his eyes, "I haven't agreed to the alliance yet." Bang! Kanna slammed the table again and looked at Onoki, a dead dwarf who was not even as tall as him. "Then we will attack Iwagakure village first, and then attack Shimura Danzo." Onoki. Finally, Onoki was under pressure and agreed to Iwagakure village to send 10,000 ninjas. Since Kirigakure village had not been persecuted by the Akatsuki organization, it could send 15,000 ninjas. And Kanna was rich and said that in order to gather 60,000 ninjas, Konoha would draw 27,000 ninjas. The next step was the division of duties, with Kanna herself serving as the supreme commander and the captain of the coalition. Chief of Staff, 5th Mizukage Mei Terumi. Chief of Staff, Narashikaha, Mabi. Head of Intelligence Department, Yamanaka Inoichi, Hyaga Hayashi, Ao. Head of Surprise Attack Department, Kakashi, Uchiha Obito. Naturally, the other cages were not satisfied with this division. There were 4 Konoha traitors in Akatsuki, and Shimura Danzo, who started the 4th Ninja War, was also a Konoha traitor. Why Kanna said that it was based on who had the harder fist. Shimura Danzo is still in a sealed state, but he has already taken the blame for the Ninja World War. The name of the pot cage is indeed well deserved. After all the duties were divided, Kanna stood up and announced the adjournment. Then everyone, go back to your respective hidden villages to gather the troops, and gather in the Iron Country in a week. Adjourn. That. Mifune raised his hand and said weakly, "Dear Cage, can you gather somewhere else? We, the Iron Country, will not participate." Kanna glanced at him indifferently. "By the way, Mr. Mifune, you, the Iron Country, must also be prepared." "Mifune, what preparations are you making?" "Of course, preparations for war, so as not to be caught off guard by the enemy." Kanna left the meeting room after she finished speaking, rode on the 9 tails and left. He really wanted to see what kind of expression Danzo would have when he heard the news after being unsealed. Mifune wanted to say something else, but the other cages all stood up and left. Whether you agree or not, Kanna has already said to gather in the Iron Country. If you have the ability in the Iron Country, try to resist the 60,000 coalition forces. For the next period of time, the cages of each village were arranging the coalition forces in an orderly manner. The 4th Ninja World War initiated by Shimura Danzo was about to start. After leaving the Iron Country, Kanna did not return to Konoha, but came to the Rain Country to find Nagato. "Nagato, you've been sitting on the toilet for so long, it's time to get off." Nagato's samsara eyes stared at Kanna. "Chief, can you really revive Yahiko?" "Of course." Kanna took out a petri dish from her pocket and reminded, "Yahiko is on the list of the samsara reincarnation technique, but it's better to revive him with the impure world reincarnation to avoid any accidents." "Got it, you can take the samsara eye." Nagato is also a ruthless person. After digging out his eyes, he didn't hum a word. He put the samsara eye in the petri dish himself, screwed the lid and handed it to Kanna. Nagato, I'll go find Tsunade to help you treat it first. Konan unplugged the USB link behind Nagato with some heartache. It's not that troublesome. Kanna reminded, Konan, you can actually kill Nagato and then revive him with the impure world reincarnation, and then I will revive him with the samsara reincarnation technique. Konan directly raised his middle finger to him. This gesture was learned from Kanna. Kanna curled her lips, feeling that Xionin was becoming more and more like a little gangster. At such a young age, she learned to draw double eyelids, apply eyeshadow, and get lip studs. It would be fine if the lip studs were only on the lips, but I wonder if this woman would also get lip studs on her belly button and Nan Huangzai. Kanna touched her chin, and the more she thought about it, the more curious she became. Should she ask? But after thinking about it, forget it. She would just go and take a look when Xionin takes a bath. After all, he is a little lowly now, and he is also the leader of the Akatsuki organization. Subordinates cannot disobey the orders of their superiors. Kanna seemed to have thought of something, and stretched out her hand to stop Nagato. Wait, Nagato. Nagato stopped, turned around and looked at Kanna with a pair of empty eye sockets. Leader, do you have any other instructions? Give me some of your chakra black sticks made of yin-yang escape. Nagato would naturally not refuse. Without the samsara eye, those chakra sticks that linked to the 6 paths of pain would naturally be useless. But Kanna knew that the thing could restrain the impure world reincarnation, and perhaps it could be used when fighting against Madara. Chapter 48. Otagakure Village, Orochimaru's base. When Kanna handed a pair of samsara eyes to Orochimaru, Orochimaru's eyes showed greed. Uncle Snake, do you want it? Kanna raised her eyebrows at him and tempted him. How about you become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki? Master, you are joking. I don't want to be a tool. Although Orochimaru knew that once he became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, it was hard to say whether he could beat Kanna, but he would definitely be able to press the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, to the ground and rub him, and he would have an infinite lifespan. But he also knew that this 10 Tails Jinchuriki was a pit, so he still resisted the temptation. Orochimaru raised the bottle containing the samsara eye and took a deep breath. The purpose of his joining the Akatsuki organization was for the samsara eye. Now that the eyes were in front of him, he still didn't dare to take them. Danzo, you've got it easy this time. Uncle Snake, first show me the successive generations of Hokage of Konoha. Orochimaru was speechless, thinking, why would you do that? But Kanna was his superior, and subordinates couldn't disobey their superior's orders, so Orochimaru did it anyway. Summoning technique, reincarnation. 4 coffins rose from the ground, and as the coffin lids opened, the 4 cages opened their eyes, and what came into view was Kanna wearing the robes of the 5th Hokage. What's going on? The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was stunned for a moment, then looked down at Kanna. Are you the Hokage of Konoha? Yes, I am the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Kanna nodded, revealing the words 5th Hokage written on her back. Go Dame. Senju Tobirama obviously didn't believe it. Why would the Godame Hokage be a kid? Is there no one in Konoha village? Shodame Sama, Nidame Sama, Sandame Sama. Before Kanna could answer, Namikaze Minato introduced. He is indeed the Godame Hokage, and his strength is not inferior to mine. The first and second generations were confused. They didn't know how strong Namikaze Minato was, so your answer didn't make much sense. Only Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was very ugly. He lost consciousness when he was performing the Shikigami Fusion, and died instantly. You don't need to see that he died of his head being cut off. Namikaze Minato didn't notice Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. After greeting him, he asked Kanna anxiously. "Go dame, what's going on with Jiraiya-sensei and Tsunade-sama? Why did they join Akatsuki like Orochimaru?" "Oh, I sent them to Akatsuki as undercover agents, but that's not important anymore." Kanna sighed slightly. "I brought you back to life to deal with Danzo." "Wait." Just then, Senju Tobirama raised his hand and asked, "Go dame, are you talking about Danzo Shimura?" Not to mention Senju Tobirama, even Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused. No one knew Danzo better than him. He had also seen how powerful Kanna Kamui was. It can be said that he could suppress Konoha village alone. How could he not be able to deal with a mere Danzo? Kanna nodded seriously. "That's right. Danzo has captured 9-tailed beasts under the control of Akatsuki. The 9-tailed beasts can combine to form the 10 tails, and Danzo will soon become the 10 tails Jinkraki, a being like the 6-path sage." Kanna's words stunned all the previous Hokage, especially Sarutobi Hiruzen and Senju Tobirama. How could they not believe that Danzo could be on par with the 6-path sage? Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care about the trivial matter of being beheaded by Kanna. How did Danzo do it? Kota Amatsukami. Danzo used Kota Amatsukami to control the leader of Akatsuki, and thus controlled the entire Akatsuki organization. Senju Tobirama asked again, "What is Kota Amatsukami?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Teacher Tobirama, Kota Amatsukami is Uchiha Shisui's Manjiki pupil technique, which can quietly invade the brain of the person being hit, and thus start to control the other party." Senju Tobirama didn't know Uchiha Shisui, but after listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's introduction to Kota Amatsukami, he couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, he is an evil Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen. He really wanted to say that Shisui was a good subordinate who inherited the will of fire, but after thinking about it, he decided not to, because he didn't know what was going on now. Kanna squinted at Senju Tobirama, and this sentence of an evil Uchiha seemed to include him in it. Although he is Kanna on the surface, he is actually Uchiha Tan. It seems that this naturally evil Senju Tobirama has already found a way to die. In order to understand your strength, how about we have a competition? Gestures. Hashirama Senju asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" "Nothing else, I just want to understand the strength of both sides," Kanna said, and waved to Orochimaru, "Uncle Snake, stay away first, lest I can't take care of you in the battle." "Lord Kanna, just fight with confidence, don't worry about me." Orochimaru was naturally reluctant to leave because he could see the battle between Kanna and Hashirama Senju. Tobirama Senju looked down at the tiny Kanna, and his mouth twitched. "Kid, are you serious?" Hiruzen Sarutobi reminded, "Teacher Tobirama, the opponent's strength is not inferior to yours." He had a general understanding of the strength of Tobirama Senju and Kanna, and saying that he was not inferior to you was already giving face to Tobirama Senju. Kanna Kamui could at least raise the 9 tails as a husky. Could you Tobirama Senju do it as for the first Hokage Hashirama Senju? He didn't know. Kanna was a little surprised that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't expose him, but it didn't matter whether he exposed him or not, because the 4 of them together were not enough for him to fight. Kanna hooked her finger at them, and the corners of her mouth rose. "Don't say I bully you, the reincarnation of the dead, you all come together." However, Senju Tobirama didn't really believe what Sarutobi Hiruzen said. In his opinion, Kanna was only about 7 or 8 years old at most. How strong could she be? "Go dame, you can't be the opponent of the eldest brother, let me test your quality." Senju Tobirama shook his head. In his opinion, this little Hokage in front of him just didn't experience the era of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. This can't be blamed on her arrogance, it can only be attributed to her lack of knowledge. Took out a few flying thunder god kunao and shot them at Kanna. Kanna tilted her head expressionlessly to avoid it. The corners of Senju Tobirama's mouth rose, and he disappeared from the spot in a flash, and appeared behind Kanna the next second. He did not intend to use Flying Thunder God Slash, after all, Kanna was the Hokage of Konoha, and he only intended to put the knife on the opponent's neck to shock the opponent. However, Kanna also disappeared from the spot, and appeared behind him the next second, holding the black chakra stick and directly gave him a 1,000-year killing move. Puff! The next moment, the black chakra stick was inserted, and a black tail appeared behind Senju Tobirama. Kanna's words came faintly from behind him, "Sorry, due to the height, I can only stab to this height." Senju Tobirama. Chapter 49. After a black chakra stick appeared behind Senju Tobirama, he found that he couldn't mobilize his chakra and fell to the ground face down. Strange, what kind of substance is this? It can actually block my chakra, 5th generation, Puff. Before Senju Tobirama finished speaking, another black chakra stick appeared on the back of his head. He looked up at Kanna blankly. 5 generations, what do you mean? Kanna didn't answer, but shook her hand, and a black chakra stick slipped out and was held in his hand, and then nailed it to his head without saying a word. Kanna nodded with satisfaction. Sorry, Nidame, I have a slight obsessive-compulsive disorder, so I like it better this way. Senju Tobirama. Ha ha ha. Senju Hashirama laughed heartlessly. Tobirama, you look like a cockroach this way. Shut up, big brother. Senju Tobirama was furious. He didn't expect that he, a master of forbidden techniques, would be humiliated by a junior one day. Kanna ignored the cockroach Tobirama, but cast her eyes on the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, with an indifferent expression. Senju Hashirama, don't laugh either. Do you know that you have been declared a sinner of Konoha because of what you did? Gah! Senju Hashirama's laughter stopped abruptly, and he pointed at himself and asked in disbelief, No, I have been dead for many years, how can I still be declared a sinner of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen also frowned and asked, Kanna Kamui, what is your purpose? Kanna ignored Senju Hashirama, but asked Sarutobi Hiruzen, let me ask you, not counting the 9 tails, how many Konoha ninjas died under the tailed beasts, including civilians of the Land of Fire? This is not easy to count. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not understand what Kanna wants to say. Is there any necessary connection between this and whether the first generation is a sinner? The tailed beasts were sent to the enemy by Hashirama Senju. Others used the tailed beasts to kill civilians and ninjas of my fire country. It can be said that these people were killed by Hashirama Senju. Kanna said this and looked at Hashirama Senju, first generation. Over the years, the number of civilians and ninjas of the fire country killed by you is at least hundreds of thousands. Tell me if you are a sinner. I didn't think so much at the time. Hashirama Senju found it hard to accept for a while. His purpose in distributing the tailed beasts was to make the countries wary of each other and not dare to easily provoke a war. He was originally a fool, how could he think so much? At this time, Tobirama Senju, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Minato Namikaze were silent. What Kanna said seemed to make sense. The hundreds of thousands of people Kanna said were light. The ninjas who cooperated with the tailed beasts were at least 1 or 2 million. Kanna doesn't care about that. Sending nuclear weapons to another country like Senju Hashirama is definitely a traitor. Shadame, you have betrayed the wool of fire. I will not let anyone who hurts Konoha go. I'm sorry. Senju Hashirama was extremely disappointed at this time. In the face of major issues, he still knew the importance of the matter. I'm sorry, you should tell Uchiha Madara about this. If you were not so naive at the beginning and directly agreed with Uchiha Madara's ideas, the ninja world would be unified, then there would be only one country in the ninja world. There might be some minor frictions at that time, but there would definitely not be a large-scale war. Senju Hashirama was so shocked that he became autistic and didn't speak, but Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, that would kill a lot of people. How many people would die? Kanna looked disdainful and was too lazy to explain the nonsense of short pain is worse than long pain. She directly used the Hidden Mist Village as an example. Just say that I conquered the Hidden Mist Village. Just scare them directly. Is there a need to kill people? Oh, you also conquered the Hidden Mist Village. Cockroach Manji Tobirama also became interested. He did not agree with Senju Hashirama's ideas in the first place. Go dame, how did you do it? It's simple. If you don't agree to surrender, I will massacre the entire Kirigakure. Not to mention the elderly, the weak, women and children, even a dog or an earthworm will be dug out and chopped into several pieces. What if the other party really disagrees? No. Kanna showed an evil smile and looked at them, saying indifferently, the people of that village must be neat and tidy. If you say massacre him, massacre him. Everyone's face changed. It was hard to imagine that such a cute little loli would say such devilish words. Others may not feel anything, but Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Kanna is 100% true to her words. He glanced at Senju Hashirama, who looked like his mother had died, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. Who could have thought the dignified god of ninjas was devastated by Kanna's words? Didn't he just kill 1,000,000 people? How big of a deal is that? Go dame, let's talk about Danzo. Okay, this time I summoned you to deal with Uchiha Madara, and Danzo will be handed over to you, Sandame. Sarutobi Hiruzen was confused. Go dame, didn't you say that Danzo will soon become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Kanna nodded, yes. Then do you think too highly of me? Are you sure you want me to deal with Danzo? It's okay, Danzo likes you and will definitely not attack you. Kanna answered as a matter of course. Hashirama Senju said in the original work that Sasuke and Izuna look very similar, so Madara should not attack Sasuke, and the facts prove that Madara is indeed. Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen have been good friends for many years. Even before his death, Danzo was still thinking of Sarutobi Hiruzen. I think he was reluctant to attack Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt something was wrong the more he listened. That's not right. I remember that Danzo tried to assassinate me. You think too much. It was just a fight between you two. Kanna waved her hand indifferently and glanced at Senju Hashirama. First generation, are you still gesturing? Senju Hashirama shook his head. All he could think about at the moment was that he had killed hundreds of thousands of people because of the distribution of the tailed beasts. How could he still be in the mood to gesture? Forget it, Madara will be left to you, and Six Paths Danzo will be left to the third generation. That's it. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to struggle. Wait, I think this decision is too hasty. Kanna didn't care. Danzo had been suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen all his life. Even if he became Six Paths Danzo, it still couldn't change his fate of being suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uncle Snake, put them in the coffin first. It's not time for them to show up yet. What a pity. I want to see Lady Kanna in her prime. There will be a chance. Kanna waved her hand indifferently. Senju Tobirama looked at Kanna with a complicated expression. So you called us out without fighting, just to stick 2 cockroach tentacles on my head. Chapter 50. Inside Konoha village. The first thing Kanna did when she returned to Konoha village was to demolish the Hokage rocks of Hashirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi. After thinking about it, she demolished the Hokage rocks of Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze. In Kanna's opinion, Hashirama Senju was too stupid, Tobirama Senju was born evil, Hiruzen Sarutobi was an undercover agent of the Hidden Cloud Village, and Minato Namikaze was born with a yellow-haired holy body. These people were not qualified to be engraved on the same wall with him, and Konoha only needed one voice. Although most people strongly opposed it at the time, Kanna said that whoever opposed it would betray the will of fire, and if they dared to betray the will of fire, they would have to be prepared to be a whole family. Since Kanna said so, they would naturally not betray the will of fire for the dead. At this time, Narashika had already reorganized the large army. Kanna stood at the highest point, looked down at the team below, raised her fist and began to issue orders. Moonlight Gale, you lead 5,000 ninjas to set up a Konoha office in the Iron Country, and the food will be provided by the Iron Country. Ahem. Moonlight Gale was almost choked to death, wondering if the Hokage thought too highly of him with his kidney deficiency. How could he be qualified? But Kanna always kept his word, and he didn't dare to refuse. Yes, Hokage. Narashika, who was standing next to Kanna, was a little confused, thinking that they were not going to the Iron Country alliance. Why did they openly invade the Iron Country? Hokage, why are you doing this? Because the Iron Country is researching a weapon that can destroy the ninja world with one blow. Once they succeed in their research, the harm will be no less than that of Shimura Danzo. Kanna answered seriously. Narashika was already a little embarrassed. He naturally didn't believe Kanna's words, but since Kanna's ultimate goal was to unify the ninja world, it was not difficult to understand that Konoha would set up an office in the Iron Country. Kanna didn't care about that and continued his pre-war speech. Listen, everyone. When the war starts, no matter what kind of enemy you face, you just need to hide at the back and let the ninjas from other ninja villages take the lead. Everyone. Kanna said this for their own good. After all, the enemy they have to face is not the 100,000 white Zetsu, but the impure world Madara and the 6 paths Danzo. They, the cannon fodder, will just be sent to the front. In the Hidden Rock Village, the third-generation Tsuchikage Onoki was also making his pre-war declaration. No matter what kind of enemy you face, you just need to follow me and rush forward for the Will of Stone. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. For the Will of Stone. Although the number of ninjas below is not as large as that of Konoha village, they are all full of energy. Onoki looked at the excited Uegakure below, and felt a little bit sorry in his heart. He didn't know how many people would be able to come back alive after the war. Sand Village. The 4th Kazekage Raza stood on a high place, looking at the 4,000 sand ninjas below. He didn't make any passionate speeches, but could only speak as loudly as possible so that everyone could hear. We won't talk about the situation in Sand Village. Everyone remember, try to follow the Konoha ninjas. They have more people, let them be the vanguard. Everyone. There is nothing to say about Kirigakure. They are Kanna's younger brothers, and they just follow the Konoha ninjas. The Cloud Village is full of warmongers, and no one is more suitable to be the vanguard than them. Otagakure, Orochimaru's underground base. Summoning technique. Orochimaru used the summoning technique, and a python was summoned out. The next second, the python opened its mouth and spit out Shimura Danzo. Ahem. Shimura Danzo coughed twice and looked at Orochimaru across from him with a vigilant look, Orochimaru, what is the purpose of you and Kanna-chan? Orochimaru shook his head and said in a hoarse voice, Danzo, I am being hunted by Kanna-chan now, and I need your help. Danzo did not completely disbelieve it. After all, he knew Orochimaru's character. It is estimated that he has taken a fancy to something of Kanna, and after failing to seize it, he was hunted by Kanna. Even if it is true, do you think that we can fight against Kanna-chan with our strength alone? Of course not. Orochimaru washed his face with his tongue to sober himself up, and resisted the greed in his heart, and took out the glass bottle containing the Samsara Eye. Danzo, I have found out the secrets of the Samsara Eye and the Outer Path Demon statue. After failing to seize Kanna's body, I escaped here. Samsara Eye, how is this possible? Danzo showed a touch of surprise on his face. He had once seen the power of the Samsara Eye when he and Hanzo were plotting to trap the Akatsuki organization. He didn't think Orochimaru could defeat the kid with the Samsara Eye. But what did Orochimaru mean by that? Did he show off to him by showing off the Samsara Eye? It couldn't be that he was giving it to him. No one would be willing to give away the sage's eye. How about it, Danzo? Do you want to cooperate? Humph. Orochimaru, how do you want to cooperate with me? Danzo's tone was filled with hatred. Don't forget, it was you who dug out my manjiki and sealed me up. Orochimaru was speechless, thinking, is that manjiki yours? It was stolen from Shisui. Since you, Danzo, can steal other people's eyes, why can't I, Orochimaru, steal your eyes? He shook his head and put these messy thoughts aside. In front of the benefits I will give you next, I believe you won't mind the little thing of sealing you. Oh, what benefits do you want to give me? Danzo also became interested. His eyes never left the Samsara Eye, thinking that Orochimaru would not really intend to give him the Samsara Eye. That's right, I will not only give you the Samsara Eye, but also let you become the Jinchuriki of the 10 tails. 10 tails? What 10 tails? Danzo really didn't know what the 10 tails was, but he thought it should be a tailed beast. He was not very interested in the tailed beasts, but more interested in the Samsara Eye. Give me the Samsara Eye. Compared to the 10 tails Jinchuriki, the Samsara Eye is nothing. A crazy look flashed across Orochimaru's face. The 10 tails is the tailed beast that the Six-Path Sage sealed when he saved the world. As long as you become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, you can become the next Six-Path Sage. Danzo felt that the amount of information was a bit too much, and he needed to slow down. After slowing down, he showed a look of desire again. Orochimaru, you mean to make me the 10 tails Jinchuriki? Orochimaru nodded. Yes, I will not only let you become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, but also give you the Samsara Eye. Danzo didn't have much brains to begin with, and he kept urging Orochimaru to hurry up. Orochimaru was speechless. He had seen brainless people, but he had never seen such a brainless person. Danzo, don't you ask what the danger is? Danzo calmed down after hearing Orochimaru's reminder. Yes, if there was no danger, then Orochimaru would become the 10 tails Jinchuriki himself, and it would not be his turn. Orochimaru, how dangerous is that? Orochimaru, a narrow escape. Danzo. Chapter 51. After hearing what Orochimaru said about the narrow escape, Danzo fell silent. He was a man who cherished his life very much. But the opportunity to become the Six-Path Sage was right in front of him, and he still wanted to struggle. Orochimaru, if Izanagi is also set in advance, can he be resurrected after failure? Orochimaru did not answer, but just gave him a middle finger. Although Danzo did not understand the meaning of this gesture, he also knew what Orochimaru wanted to express, that is, it was impossible. Forget it, I still need to stay useful to save Konoha, and I can't die here. Orochimaru was really speechless this time. Don't you know how much you are hey, Danzo? Orochimaru said with a regretful attitude, if you agree, you will die, if you don't agree, you will die. You can choose. What? Danzo was shocked when he heard it, and quickly made a defensive move. Orochimaru, do you want to attack me? Do I need to release you from the seal to attack you? Orochimaru rolled his eyes and said unhappily, before, I was worried that you would regret it, so I specially announced the launch of the Fourth Ninja World War to the 5 great nations in your name. Danzo was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted, he opened his eyes wide and looked at Orochimaru in disbelief. Damn, does this Orochimaru think too highly of him, and actually launched the Fourth Ninja World War in his name? But he soon reacted. Those are the 5 great nations. How could they believe it? It is estimated that they just treat it as a joke. Humph. Orochimaru, do you think the 5 great nations will care about a declaration of war by a Konoha rebel? Danzo said, revealing an expression that said, I've seen through you. Orochimaru was not in a hurry, and explained to him slowly. They will definitely care, because when we capture the tailed beasts, we will say that this is the order of Shimura Danzo, and now the 5 great nations have assembled an army of 60,000 ninjas and are on their way to attack you. Danzo. At this moment, he didn't know whether to say something or not. Although he is the pot shadow, don't put all the blame on him. One person declared war on the entire ninja world, and didn't even ask if others could bear it. Orochimaru, I promise you. A wise choice. Danzo sneered in his heart. Once he successfully became the second Six-Path Sage, the first person he would kill would be Orochimaru, the stinky snake. Orochimaru also sneered in his heart. He naturally knew what Danzo was thinking. After all, this 10 Tails Jinchuriki was a trap. Whoever touched it would be unlucky. Next, Orochimaru began to transplant the Samsara Eye to Danzo. After the transplant was successful, Danzo felt himself and found that the Samsara Eye could actually suppress the transplanted Hashirama cells in his body. Not only that, this pair of Samsara Eyes was like a golden finger, allowing him to automatically understand some of the Samsara Eye's own moves. Orochimaru looked at the already swollen Danzo and had to remind him, Danzo, then you can try to start summoning the Outer Path Demon statue. Shinra Tensei. Danzo directly blasted Orochimaru away with a move of Shinra Tensei, and a smile of conspiracy appeared at the corner of his mouth. Orochimaru, this way you can be a little more obedient, I won't kill you for helping me transplant the Samsara Eye. Orochimaru was not injured. After he walked out of the ruins, he stared at Danzo. Danzo, you can only have a chance to defeat Kanna-chan if you become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Really, I don't think so. Danzo shook his head, his face showing disdain. Orochimaru, now I am God, Kanna-chan's desire to challenge God is itself reckless. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, thinking that Danzo was just swelled up after transplanting a pair of Samsara Eyes. So Danzo, are you going to run away? No, I plan to meet Kanna-chan in person, but I need some time to get familiar with the power of Samsara Eyes. Danzo certainly didn't want to become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, but this life and death situation made him a little overwhelmed. But it seems unnecessary, because he feels that he is now invincible. Orochimaru slapped his forehead, thinking that Danzo was brainless or swelled up. He actually thought of going to trouble Kanna with just a pair of transplanted Samsara Eyes. Danzo didn't care about that and went back to a room to get familiar with the Samsara Eye. Black Zetsu, you've seen it too, this old man Danzo seems to cherish his life. Ah, it seems he has found a way to die. Black Zetsu grew up next to Orochimaru. The Samsara Eye is the main material for resurrecting Kaguya Otsutsuki, so he will naturally not relax his surveillance. I will go and inform the leader now. An hour later, Black Zetsu found Kanna and reported Danzo's situation. What Danzo didn't he follow the script? Yes. Black Zetsu nodded. Danzo seems to think that he can deal with you, the leader, with just a pair of samsara eyes. Kanna was speechless when she heard this. How arrogant is this shrimp-headed man? Danzo is Danzo in the Sound Village now. Yes. Black Zetsu nodded, but still a little worried. But Lord Kanna, from my observation of Danzo, with his willpower, he may not be able to withstand the swallowing of the 10 tails. Black Zetsu, don't underestimate Danzo. Although he is weak, afraid of death, arrogant, stupid. But putting these aside, Danzo's willpower is still very strong. Black Zetsu was confused. With all the shortcomings Kanna mentioned, it didn't look like Danzo would succeed. Kanna was too lazy to explain. He needed to find Danzo to help him, lest this guy think that he was invincible because he had 2 more Rinnegan. He transformed into a birdman and soared into the sky, heading straight for the hidden Sound Village at a speed of Mach 30. It took less than half a minute to get from the Iron Kingdom to the hidden Sound Village. From this, we can see how angry Kanna is now. On the other side, the base of Orochimaru in the hidden Sound Village. Boom! With a loud noise that broke through the basement, Kanna appeared in front of Danzo. Danzo opened his eyes, and the Rinnegan looked at Kanna opposite with contempt. Not only was he not afraid, but he showed a playful smile. Kanna Kamui, you're here. Kanna nodded, I'm here. You shouldn't have come. I'm here. Kanna was stunned when she said this. Why did she feel that this conversation sounded familiar? She shook her head, threw away these messy thoughts, and looked at Danzo and raised her eyebrows. Danzo, do you want to dance too? Dancing? You broke my leg. Kanna. Danzo saw that Kanna seemed to be frightened by him, and couldn't he help but sneer in his heart. He really thought he was still the Danzo of the past. Pointing to his eyes, he said contemptuously, Kanna Kamui, did you see it? This is the power of the Eye of the Immortal. It is unwise to challenge God. Boom! Oh! Before Danzo finished speaking, he was punched away by Kanna and embedded in the wall, the kind that couldn't be pulled out. Kanna blew her fist, glanced at Danzo, and said unhappily, that's it. Chapter 52. At this moment, Danzo was embedded in the wall, with several broken ribs and spitting blood. He could not imagine that the sage's eye could not see Kanna's movements clearly, how fast it must be. At this moment, Danzo was angry. When he was weak before, he was beaten by Kanna Kamui. Now he has the Samsara Eye and is still beaten. Isn't the Samsara Eye changed in vain? It seems that if you want to avoid being beaten, you must become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Kanna also has a headache. Damn, if you are not careful, you will hit too hard. Don't die. It's all the fault of this damn pot shadow. Why do you say such irritating things when you have nothing to do? You have to test him madly on the edge of death, causing him to lose his strength in anger. Danzo, don't let me see you in the future, otherwise I will beat you every time I see you. Kanna left this sentence and ignored Danzo, turning to find Orochimaru. Uncle Orochimaru, help treat Danzo. We must make him a 10 Tails Jinchuriki today. No problem, Lady Kanna. Kanna originally came to help Danzo get rid of his addiction to God. Since the goal had been achieved, she left. After Orochimaru said goodbye to Kanna, he came to the room where Danzo was resting. Looking at Danzo embedded in the wall, he tutted twice. Danzo also looked at Orochimaru and asked in confusion, "Why is this happening?" Orochimaru was too lazy to answer. If it weren't for the task assigned to him by Kanna, he wouldn't care about Danzo at all. He was about to step forward and take Danzo off the wall. "Don't move, it's broken. Help me untie the power of my right hand. I want to use Izanagi." Orochimaru helped him untie several layers of bandages on his arm. After Danzo made the Izanagi seal with difficulty, he appeared behind Orochimaru the next second as if nothing had happened. Now he no longer had the arrogance he had before, and just asked angrily, "Orochimaru, I want to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, what should I do?" "It's very simple." Orochimaru didn't care about what Danzo had done before, "You just need to use the summoning technique to summon the outer path statue. I will teach you the technique to extract the Jinchuriki and seal it into the outer path statue. Hurry up, I want Kanna-chan to die." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and looked at Danzo. Putting aside his strength, Danzo's words were still quite domineering. A few minutes later, Danzo's eyes were firm. After taking a deep breath, he began to make seals with his hands. Summoning technique, outer path statue. The Samsara Eye is the basic condition for summoning the outer path statue. The next second, the huge outer path statue appeared in front of him. Danzo felt the huge amount of chakra in the outer path statue, and his eyes were extremely hot. If you can successfully become its Jinchuriki, you will definitely be able to defeat Kanna-chan. Of course. Orochimaru smiled and explained, "The outer path demon statue contains 9-tailed beasts from the 1 tail to the 9 tail. If you succeed, you will be the next 6 path sage." Ha ha ha! The next 6 path sage. At this time, Danzo was completely immersed in the power that he would get immediately, and did not think about his relationship with Orochimaru. Why would he help him 5 major countries? You wait. When I become the 6 path sage, I will go to war with Konoha, the hidden mist village, the hidden sand village, the hidden rock village, and the hidden cloud village. I will unify the ninja world. Orochimaru has been with Kanna for a long time, and has more or less been tainted with some of Kanna's speaking style. No, to be precise, it should be the master that the ninja world is waiting for to rule it. Yes, that master is exactly me. Since the 6 paths Danzo will be in place soon, it also means that the 4th Ninja World War initiated by Danzo will start soon. However, before this war between one person and the whole ninja world starts, Kanna still needs to give a pre-war speech. In addition to him, there are the other 4 shadows on the high platform. After all, the enemy only has Danzo, so there is naturally no need to divide into many troops, just get together. Kanna looked at the 60,000 Black Ninja Coalition forces below, thinking that if she could launch a crescent moon sky rush here, how spectacular it would be. But it's just a thought, after all, these people will be his people in the future. The 3rd Ninja World War has just ended, and Kanna has killed so many people in the hidden cloud village. Ninjas from various countries gathered together, and the atmosphere is naturally not very good. In the original work, Gaara successfully resolved this crisis with the mouth-to-mouth tricks he learned from Naruto. Kanna naturally didn't have the patience, so she stretched out her hand. Thunder! Boom boom boom! Thunderbolts fell from the sky, killing some of the troublemakers who were leading the way and affecting the morale of the army. The remaining ninjas who were not killed were all obedient. Shut up, it's too unreasonable. It can be said that before the war started, Kanna killed dozens of her own people. Onoki couldn't help frowning and asked, "Fifth Hokage, are you too violent as the leader of the coalition?" Humph! These people have affected the morale of the army. They have obviously betrayed the will of fire and have already found their way to death. Humph! I only believe in the will of stone. Onoki laughed when he heard this, thinking that except for the ninjas of Konoha, who would care about your will of fire? Kanna looked at Onoki and grinned. Third Tsuchikage, I believe you will soon believe in the will of fire with me. Fifth Hokage, what do you mean? Okay, Third Tsuchikage, I was just joking with you just now to liven up the atmosphere. Kanna waved her hand and did not continue to talk to Onoki about the topic of the will of fire. Onoki always felt that Kanna had something to say, and wondered if this guy wanted to gather their coalition forces together to catch them all in one fell swoop. Luasha opened his mouth to say something, but finally gave up. Because he had reminded the sand ninjas of the battle strategy, that is, just follow Konoha, so the people who were just killed were almost all from the Hidden Rock Village and the Hidden Cloud Village. Compared to Luasha, Darui was much more irritable. When he saw that the thunderbolt used by Kanna was similar to the move of the fat dragon that attacked their Hidden Cloud Village last time, he immediately started to question. Fifth Hokage, the move you just used is very similar to Danzo's summoned beast. Kanna was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and almost forgot about it. There are many ninjas in the ninja world who can use lightning escape, but it seems that only he and Kuroki Rega can use thunderbolt. Well, Fifth Raikage, please don't talk nonsense without evidence. I'm not the only one who can strike with lightning. There's also Kuroki Rega of the Hidden Mist Village. Kuroki Rega's lightning doesn't have this kind of power. It's endless, isn't it? Kanna glared at Darui fiercely. Fifth Raikage, I'm the commander-in-chief of the coalition forces now, and subordinates can't talk back to their superiors. Fifth Hokage, you haven't explained it to me yet. Humph! Why should I, Kanna Kamui, explain my actions to others? Kanna was too lazy to explain so much. If Darui was still stubborn, he wouldn't mind sending everyone in the Hidden Cloud Village to sell salted duck eggs. Chapter 53. Although Onoki didn't say much, Kanna killed his own people before the war started, which made him secretly alert. And just like Darui said, the skills of the fat dragon in the intelligence are almost exactly the same as Kanna Kamui. As for Luasha, well, at this moment Luasha just wants to keep a low profile and get through this war. Anyway, he has already notified everyone that no matter what happens, let others take the lead. If the situation is not good, choose to escape at the first time. Kanna naturally didn't know what these people were thinking. At this time, he stood at the front of the platform, took out a pair of large sunglasses that could cover half of his face from his pocket and put them on, and then began to deliver his speech. All of a sudden, there was only his lowly voice at the scene. Let me introduce myself first. I am Konoha's fifth Hokage, Kanna Kamui. The people I killed just now were all idiots who tried to disrupt our army's morale. They are dead, so don't worry about it. This war is different from the previous 3 Ninja World Wars. We have only one enemy, that is Shimura Danzo, who has become the second Six-Path Sage. As for how strong he is, I don't know, but we have 60,000 people, and one mouthful of saliva from each person can drown him. Kanna babble, and Luo Sha standing next to him is a little embarrassed, wondering if this little lowly has forgotten the Akatsuki organization. How could she say that the enemy is only Danzo? He still remembers the power of Pain's Shinra Tensei. If he stands in the center of a dense crowd and releases it, it is estimated that he can kill tens of thousands of people with one move. Then, let's go. Kanna glanced at everyone in the audience and began to arrange the order of departure. The Hidden Cloud Village is responsible for the vanguard, and the rest of the troops will quickly follow. Yes. Soon, the troops set off one after another, but the 5 shadows on the stage soon found something wrong. The Hidden Cloud Village was in charge of taking the lead, followed by the Hidden Rock Village ninjas, and then the Hidden Mist Village. Strangely, Konoha's Moonlight Gale took 5,000 Konoha ninjas and chose to return directly along the same route. Mifune always felt something was wrong, and asked Kanna, "Sir, the 5th Hokage, what are they doing?" "Miraku Mifune, don't worry. I'm afraid that the people of the Akatsuki organization will attack the Iron Country, so I asked Gale to lead some people to protect it." Kanna waved her hand with a heroic look on her face. "Mifune, you don't have to be too moved, just take care of their food." Mifune naturally didn't believe it. There were 5 shadows and the 9 tails in the Iron Country. How could the Akatsuki organization be so stupid as to attack the Iron Country? Kanna clearly wanted to make a strategic investment in his Iron Country, which can be simply summarized as a cuckoo occupying the magpie's nest. After figuring this out, Mifune pointed at Kanna with a trembling hand, "You. The 5th Hokage, let's not talk about the ninjas stationed in the Iron Country." Oniki pointed at the Konoha ninjas and Sand Village ninjas who were not moving at all in the audience. "Why haven't they set off yet?" Kanna was also confused, wondering what Luo Sha was doing. He deliberately made the order of departure vague, just to make the Konoha ninjas go to the back. If Sand Village didn't leave, the Konoha ninjas would naturally not leave either. Isn't this a coincidence? Luo Sha also ordered this, asking the Sand Village ninjas to follow the Konoha ninjas. Now that the Konoha ninjas don't move, they naturally won't move either. At this time, Kanna and Luo Sha stared at each other. They are the same kind of people, sympathizing with each other, and looking like they met too late. In the end, considering Luo Sha's family background, Kanna decided to compromise once. "Konoha ninja, let's go first." Rosa quickly followed and said, "Sagakure ninja, follow Konoha ninja." After that, the two looked at each other again, and then looked away at the same time, as if nothing had happened. The other 3 shadows were a little bit annoyed. They were 100% sure that these 2 guys had some unspeakable secrets. Just as the ninja coalition was marching towards the Union village, a coffin suddenly rose from the ground in front of them. The next moment, a surge of chakra emanated from the coffin, making the ninjas present nervous. Especially Obito. Yes, Obito was on the battlefield at the moment, belonging to the coalition, and he was very familiar with the person in the coffin. Kakashi seemed to have noticed the change in his good friend, and asked curiously, "Obito, what's wrong?" "Kakashi, the person in the coffin is Uchiha Madara." "What?" The ninjas who could hear Obito's words were all shocked. Uchiha Madara's name is much more intimidating than the Akatsuki organization. The adults can stop children from crying at night just by mentioning this evil name. Boom! The next moment, the lid of the coffin was kicked away by the person inside, and a handsome man wearing red armor from the Warring States period and with long hair came out. Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world. Uchiha Madara, who came out, didn't care about the coalition forces on the opposite side, but looked down at his arm with a frown. Immortal reincarnation. Did something go wrong with the plan? According to Uchiha Madara's plan, he should be resurrected by Nagato using the Samsara Jutsu, and then directly become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki and activate the Infinite Moon reading. He then turned his eyes to the battlefield on the opposite side, but when he saw Uchiha Obito, the leader, he was stunned and wondered what was going on. Why did Obito wear a Konoha forehead protector, and where did Black Zetsu Dai Black Zetsu come out? Lord Madara. At this moment, a black pitcher plant grew out from Uchiha Madara's side. Uchiha Madara was slightly relieved after seeing Black Zetsu. He thought he had walked into the wrong set. What happened to Obito? Black Zetsu replied, Obito's Manjiki Sharingan was dug out and he has betrayed. Uchiha Madara just frowned when he heard this. Since Obito has lost his Manjiki, he has obviously lost his value. He doesn't care whether he betrays or not. He only cares about his Samsara Eye. What about Nagato? Nagato's Samsara Eye was dug out and he also betrayed. What? Uchiha Madara's voice was mixed with a trace of panic. Samsara Eye was an indispensable part of his plan and could not be lost. Who did it? Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Madara had some impression of Shimura Danzo. After all, he was the dark ninja of Konoha, but to him, he was just a very small figure. I didn't expect that such a rubbish could actually steal Nagato's Samsara Eye. Black Zetsu, tell me what happened. Black Zetsu nodded, and to make a long story short, he told Uchiha Madara some information he thought he could tell. Shimura Danzo used Uchiha Shisui's Manjiki ability to control Nagato, first controlling Nagato to capture the nine-tailed beasts, and then stealing the Samsara Eye and the Outer Path Demon statue. He wanted to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Humph! He is worthy of being the apprentice of that annoying guy, and he does things as insidiously as his teacher. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, and it was obvious that he put the blame on Senju Tobirama. Chapter 54. Through Black Zetsu's explanation, Uchiha Madara also knew the general situation. Now the 5 major ninja coalitions have united to attack Danzo, and he was resurrected by Kabuto Yakushi through the impure world reincarnation of Black Zetsu, with the purpose of defeating Danzo and letting him execute the Moon Eye plan. Humph! You are really useless. You can let that guy's apprentice succeed. After all, I don't know when Nagato was controlled by Kota Amatsukami, but it doesn't matter. We just need to defeat Shimura Danzo. He is just a tool for resurrecting Madara-sama. Uchiha Madara nodded. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, the result was doomed. Shimura Danzo used his Samsara Eye, so he naturally left a backup in his eyes. Even if Danzo became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, it would be easy for him to take back the Samsara Eye. But Uchiha Madara asked another question, pointing his finger at the ninja coalition on the opposite side. So, the opposite side is our ally. Black Zetsu shook his head. No matter whether it is Shimura Danzo or Lord Madara, they will definitely not recognize the Moon Eye plan. Uchiha Madara thought about it and looked at Uchiha Obito on the opposite side. Obito, do you want to stand opposite me? Obito didn't care when he was named, because he thought of a dog-eat-dog method. Madara, don't talk to me, I'm afraid that Lord Kanna-chan will misunderstand. Uchiha Madara was stunned for a moment when he heard the words, but it was only a moment, and he didn't care after reacting. Obito overestimated his position in Uchiha Madara's heart, unlike Obito in the original work who had the Samsara Eye, the Impure World Reincarnation Army, and the Outer Path Demon statue. Anyway, in Uchiha Madara's view, Obito now has nothing, not even the Manjiki, so why should he care about him? However, Kanna-chan mentioned by Obito made him a little concerned. Obito on the opposite side was a little injured. Was he ignored? Ban, what am I to you? I am a waste. Uchiha Madara looked disdainful, then frowned and looked at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, who is Kanna-chan? Black Zetsu fell silent after hearing this, because he didn't communicate much with Kanna, and didn't know Kanna's arrangement for Uchiha Madara. Mana-sama, although Kanna-chan is very strong, she is just a genius without any blood boundary. Uchiha Madara immediately lost interest after hearing that the other party had no blood boundary. In his opinion, people without blood boundaries can never reach the heights of him and Hashirama. The atmosphere at the scene was very strange. Uchiha Madara just stood here, and he blocked the road of the 55,000 ninja coalition alone. This is the impact of strength. This body is pretty good, and the caster didn't add any constraints to me. Uchiha Madara first felt the body of the impure world reincarnation, and then cast his eyes on the ninja coalition army opposite. Well, it's time to deal with you and get everything back on track. After that, Uchiha Madara slowly approached the ninja coalition army with a cat step. Although Uchiha Madara was alone, he always gave people the momentum of surrounding the ninja coalition army alone. Uchiha Madara is coming. Everyone follow me to charge, ah! An elite jonin from the Hidden Cloud Village led the charge, and then a group of barbarians from the Hidden Cloud Village followed this elite jonin to charge forward. It must be said that the elite jonin who led the charge was very brave. However, just like the original work, Uchiha Madara was like a full-level character clearing the line of soldiers in the novice village, punching a karami and kicking a crying monster. No one in the entire ninja coalition could resist Uchiha Madara for a second, and was directly killed by the unarmed Uchiha Madara. The Konoha ninjas behind saw that something was wrong. They all remembered Kanna's instructions before the expedition, and turned around and rushed back without saying a word. The Sand Village ninjas who were still rushing forward saw that Zhou, the father of Konoha, had become a deserter, so they naturally did not want to fall behind and followed the father of Konoha to escape. Headquarters of the Ninja Coalition. Yamanaka Hai, who was wearing a receiver, twitched his mouth. He could understand the behavior of the Konoha ninjas. After all, this was Kanna's order. But, what's the matter with your sand village? It's impossible that Luasha also thought the same as Kanna, right? Narashika noticed the change in his expression early, and asked curiously, "Hi, what's wrong?" "Ah, it's okay, everything is normal. After all, there are many people from other villages here," and he didn't dare to tell the truth. Uchiha Madara, who was dancing, glanced at the back of the Ninja Alliance and was stunned for a moment. He thought, is Konoha so weak now? He hasn't even met him officially yet, how can he? Why did he run away? Humph! Now that he's here. Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, grabbed a katana, activated his Muzu, and chased the fleeing Konoha ninja. After killing his way through the battlefield, he made hand seals with both hands towards the fleeing ninja. Fire escape, great fire extinguishing. Water escape, who will repair the dam? Just then, a small tsunami-like water escape rushed towards Uchiha Madara's great fire extinguishing. Boom! The two collided, and soon the water submerged the flames, and the remaining force rushed towards Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara frowned, jumped away, and stared at the cross-eyed shark man opposite. He recognized that the other party's Sharingan was Uchiha Obito's, but he didn't care. Not bad chakra amount. Among the people I have met, you have the most chakra amount besides Hashirama. It is really an honor to be evaluated by the Shura of the ninja world. Kisame carried same hata on his shoulders and grinned, "Let me introduce myself. I am Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame, I will remember you." Uchiha Madara moved his neck and invited Kisame, "So Hoshigaki Kisame, do you want to dance too?" "No." Kisame answered without hesitation. He just won the duel with Uchiha Madara. Rounding off, he won Uchiha Madara. What does it mean that Keiku can survive the assassination of Hashirama Senju? I also won Uchiha Madara, of course. Kisame was also panicking at this moment. After all, the ninjas of Konoha and Tsunagakure were running away, and the ninjas who were killed by Uchiha Madara in front did not dare to step forward. A very large space was left at the scene, and only he and Uchiha Madara were facing each other in this space. Do you think it was scary? Although Kisame was not afraid of death, he did not want to die meaninglessly. At this moment, Kanna's cute head appeared in Kisame's mind, and he missed Kanna a little. Uchiha Madara was silent. Ever since he was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, he felt that this ninja world was weird. In the past, Konoha ninjas would not have become deserters without fighting. Someone like Kisame, who has some strength, should have some courage no matter what. How could he be so timid? Puff? Just when Uchiha Madara fell silent, he was suddenly attacked from behind. Then a lowly voice came from behind him, the secret of Konoha's physical technique, 1,000 years of killing. Uchiha Madara turned back stupidly, and what came into his sight was a little lowly holding a black chakra stick, doing that to him. What a nostalgic scene, Hasi Lama, but there is no impure world reincarnation. Ban shook his head, put away those messy thoughts, and stared at Kanna. You bastard! Chapter 55. The battlefield was silent. Every ninja couldn't help but stare at Kanna and Uchiha Madara. Is this really Uchiha Madara, the Shura of the ninja world who just killed everyone? Why did he become motionless after being stabbed by the fifth Hokage? A Konoha ninja suddenly hit his left palm with his right fist, as if he had suddenly realized something. I know, the chrysanthemum is Uchiha Madara's weakness. So that's how it is, you are worthy of being the fifth Hokage. No one has discovered Uchiha Madara's weakness for so many years. I didn't expect that the fifth Hokage discovered Uchiha Madara the first time he saw him. Even if Uchiha Madara's weakness is discovered, it would be difficult to attack Uchiha Madara's steel door without the strength of the Hokage. Uchiha Madara's face was very ugly. He naturally knew that what Kanna was holding was a product made by yin-yang release, which could be said to be a natural nemesis of impure world reincarnation. Boy, do you want to dance too? Oh, Mr. Madara, you want to invite me to dance? The next moment, Kanna pulled out the black chakra stick. Then she kicked sideways with her short legs. Because of her height, this kick directly broke both of Uchiha Madara's legs, and Uchiha Madara's body tilted to the ground. Kanna looked down at him with a playful smile. Still dancing? You broke my legs. You bastard! Uchiha Madara stared at Kanna with his Sharingan. I remember this face. Kanna frowned, thinking that Uchiha Madara was not a Lolita control, right? Why remember his face for no reason? You pervert! Spit! Kanna spit on Uchiha Madara's face, and then kicked him out. Uchiha Madara flew out, furious to the extreme. He was a dignified Shura in the ninja world. When had he ever been humiliated like this? Kanna did not pursue the victory. After all, Uchiha Madara was a member of the Matryoshka world, so he could just bully him. After a while, Uchiha Madara, who had recovered, stood up and patted the dust off his body. Boy, I recognize you. Among those who have fought with me in physical skills, no one is better than you. I am willing to call you the strongest. Kanna was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and blinked her eyes. The atmosphere was set off to this point. It seemed that if she didn't kick Uchiha Madara, she would be sorry for his evaluation. Thinking of this, Kanna directly imitated Might Guy and made the posture of Night Guy preparing to kick, and violent lightning energy burst out from her body. Uchiha Madara found that he was locked by the opponent's momentum, thinking that this guy's momentum was a bit strong. Is he going to use any big moves? Fortunately, he is now in the state of impure world reincarnation, so he is not afraid of anything as long as it is not a sealing technique. Before he could react, Kanna had already arrived in front of him, with her little feet pointed at his chest. Little fat dragon kick. Boom! Kanna, who turned into lightning, kicked Uchiha Madara's body apart directly, and then disappeared into the sky without breaking. The ninjas looked at the direction where Kanna disappeared in a daze, and a gully with no end in sight was plowed on the ground. Then, the kicked Uchiha Madara slowly recovered. The ninjas were silent, thinking that the fifth Hokage was indeed very powerful, but a little pit. The recovered Uchiha Madara was also silent. If it were not for the impure world reincarnation body, he would have been killed 100%. With his knowledge, he naturally knew that even the complete Susanoo could not defend against the little fat dragon kick just now. Uchiha Madara frowned more and more, because he found that even if he got back the Samsara Eye after resurrection, he seemed to be unable to beat the opponent. Black Zetsu, that kid just now seemed to be ridiculously strong. Ah! Lord Madara, he just used a move that burned his vitality, and he shouldn't come back. Really? Is that really the case? Uchiha Madara didn't believe it. After all, which fool would use a move that burned his life to attack a reincarnated person? Black Zetsu nodded seriously. After all, the other party is just a child, and it is inevitable that he will consider things in an extreme way. Uchiha Madara was too lazy to listen to Black Zetsu's nonsense, and directly asked what he thought was the most critical question. I found that the evil kid just now didn't use chakra, he shouldn't know how to seal, right? No. This time Black Zetsu answered decisively. Uchiha Madara nodded, he decided. As long as he was resurrected, he would become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki as soon as possible, otherwise he would not be resurrected. Actually, impure world reincarnation is pretty good, with unlimited chakra, and the most important thing is that you don't have to worry about being kicked to death. After thinking this through, Uchiha Madara looked around. At this time, Konoha and Sand the hidden ninjas were still running away, and the remaining ninjas were still in a daze. Of course, Kisame, the once honest man, was also among the fleeing people. Since he followed Kanna, he has learned not to be so honest. What else is there to say? Let's vent our anger on these dazed ninjas first. So everyone. After saying this, Uchiha Madara directly activated the third form of the perfect Susanoo. Since it was not the perfect Susanoo, the position where Uchiha Madara was located was the place where Susanoo urinated. Let's continue dancing. Everyone. Uchiha Madara didn't care about that. 4 energy weapons appeared on the forearms of Susanoo, and the bullying mode was activated. The headquarters of the Ninja Coalition. At this time, Yamanaka Inoichi didn't know whether to say it or not. He felt that this war was just a joke. Lord Hokage could have completely bullied Uchiha Madara, but he disappeared after releasing a little fat dragon flying kick. The ninjas from Sand Village and Konoha Village have already fled to their headquarters, and the ninjas from Kirigakure Village, Iwagakure Village, and Kumagakure Village are being slaughtered by Uchiha Madara. Yamanaka Inoichi didn't dare to tell the truth, and after arranging his words, he said, Hokage-sama has been defeated by Uchiha Madara, and now Uchiha Madara is slaughtering the ninjas of the coalition. How is this possible? Terumi Mei was the first to not believe it. Will that brat be defeated? When Darui heard the news, he was somehow excited. That's right, after all, the opponent is the Shura of the ninja world. 5th Raikage, if this goes on, we will lose this war. At this time, Onoki stood up, his face became very firm. For the sake of the coalition and the future, let us also go into battle in person. Darui nodded. He also knew that this was not the time to act on impulse. He ordered Mabi beside him, Mabi, prepare the Skysen technique. Lord Raikage, the Skysen technique is a ninjutsu used to transport items, and cannot be used on people. Darui waved his hand, I don't have time to worry about so much. Didn't the 3rd Raikage succeed? Mabi was speechless. The 3rd Raikage was physically strong enough. What can you, Darui, compare with the third Reikage. Besides, if you don't consider yourself, you should also consider Onoki. Don't you think whether he can bear it at his age? Then let me do it. At this moment, a yellow-haired ghost fire handsome guy with a holy body suddenly appeared behind a Konoha ninja. The man who came was the 4th generation Hokage of Konoha, the reincarnation of Minato Namikaze. Chapter 56. On the battlefield, Uchiha Madara, who was madly bullying the weak, suddenly stopped. Because in his sight, a red super-large-tailed beast ball was shooting towards them. A tailed beast ball of this size has the 10 tails been resurrected. But Uchiha Madara didn't care at all. Anyway, he was now a reincarnated beast, and it would save him a lot of trouble to hit the tailed beast ball. Swish! At this moment, a yellow-haired man appeared in front of the tailed beast ball and touched the tailed beast ball with his palm. The next second, the tailed beast ball was teleported to the other side of the sea, causing a violent explosion. In the sight of everyone, a mushroom cloud rose from the sea, and the shock wave spread to the surroundings. The 4 shadows came with Minato Namikaze. They found that there were no ninjas from Konoha and Tsunagaku present, and they couldn't help but feel curious. Since Kanna was not there, they naturally turned their attention to Raza. 4th Kazekage, where are your ninjas from Sand Village? Everyone, now is not the time to care about these details. Rosa naturally knew that his ninjas from Sand Village had followed the Konoha ninjas to become deserters, so he decided to divert everyone's attention and pointed in the direction of Uchiha Madara. Should we chase them now? At this time, Uchiha Madara was heading towards the direction of the 10 tails. After all, in Uchiha Madara's eyes, nothing was more important than the 10 tails. Unaki also knew that time was urgent, and that this was not the time to question Raza, because Sand Village was just like that anyway. He cast his eyes on the remaining ninja coalition and shouted, "Everyone, immediately head towards the direction of Shimura Danzo." Yes. After the ninjas from Rock Village responded, they headed towards the direction of the 10 tails like a tsunami. But the ninjas from Cloud Village and Mist Village did not take action, because they felt that the 5-village alliance this time was very unreliable, especially the 2 scums of Sand Village and Konoha Village. Since the appearance of Uchiha Madara, the 2 villages have become deserters without even fighting, which is simply unkind. In the end, they began to act one after another after Darui and Mei Terumi gave orders, but the morale of the army was very broken. Seeing this scene, Darui glared at Luasha fiercely, "4th generation Kazekage, you'd better give us an explanation." Luasha was speechless. He wanted to say that I, Luasha, have done things all my life, so why should I explain to others? But he is not Kanna. If he said that, he would easily be beaten to death, so he decided to change the subject. "Everyone, now is not the time to care about these details." He cast his eyes on Minato Namikaze, 4th generation Hokage, "Please take us to the place where the 10 tails are." "Of course, no problem." Minato Namikaze nodded, showing a small sun-like smile. On the other side, the area where the 10 tails are rampant. Danzo was standing on the head of the 10 tails at this time, and a connecting line slowly grew out from the head of the 10 tails. Puff! Ouch! The connection line pierced into his chrysanthemum area, so he was equivalent to the brain of the 10 tails and could barely control the 10 tails' actions. Danzo turned his head and looked at the connection line, and some unforgettable memories emerged in his mind. This feeling, Hiruzen. Orochimaru, who was standing beside him, saw Danzo's perverted expression and had to remind him, "Danzo, you'd better hurry up, the coalition is coming here." "Humph! Orochimaru, are you teaching me how to do things?" Danzo snorted coldly, very dissatisfied with Orochimaru interrupting his memories. Looking into the distance, he found that Uchiha Madara was approaching him quickly, followed by a dense ninja coalition. The next second, with a swish, Namikaze Minato took the lead in teleporting the other four shadows over. When the four shadows found that the person standing on the head of the 10 tails was really Shimura Danzo, they also dispelled their previous doubts. It's really Shimura Danzo. Oniki didn't waste any words, and aimed his hands at Danzo on the head of the 10 tails. Dust release, original realm separation technique. Danzo immediately controlled the 10 tails and blocked it with his arms. When he found that Kanna was not among the people coming, he was slightly relieved. He didn't care about the other 4 Kage at all. The only one he was afraid of was Kanna Kamui. Now he had to find a way to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki before Kanna arrived. If Kanna arrived, with her speed, he might not even have a chance to become the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Although becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki was equivalent to a life and death struggle, he had no choice at the moment. According to the seal-making technique taught by Orochimaru, he began to make seals with both hands. 6 paths, 10 tails coffin seal. As Shimura Danzo made seals, the chakra of the 10 tails under his feet slowly began to be absorbed into his body. Orochimaru stared at this scene closely. If it were the original him, he would definitely think that after becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki, he would be the pinnacle of the ninja world. Endless life, equal to the power of the 6-path sage, that is what he has always pursued. But since he followed Kanna, he realized that the so-called 6-path sage was just a wild child of someone else's servant. It's better not to be such a 6-path sage. Orochimaru now has a higher level of pursuit, that is, to find a way to seize the body of a dragon. For example, seize the body of Kanna Kamui himself, or seize the body of Thor, Illuma, Luko, Ilulu, Fafnir. That Kanna mentioned to him. It doesn't matter which dragon he seizes, he doesn't pick. Compared to the daydreaming Orochimaru, Danzo is suffering from great pain at this moment, and his consciousness is slowly being eroded by the 10 tails. Just when his consciousness was about to be eroded, he thought of every bit of his time with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I will definitely surpass you this time and kill Kanna-kamui to avenge you. The next moment, Danzo quickly strengthened his will, and his eyes changed from the previous violent to firm. Kanna-kamui, no matter how strong you are, you can't defeat this power, just wait. Uchiha Madara felt the disappearance of the violent chakra of the 10 tails, and couldn't help but stop, frowning and looking at Danzo, who turned into a white ball after absorbing the 10 tails chakra. Is it still a step too late? However, Uchiha Madara was not too worried and continued his calculations. Since the goal of the Ninja Alliance is Shimura Danzo, it would be better to let them weaken some of Shimura Danzo's power. Although the Ninja Alliance, including their shadows, are rubbish, Kanna-kamui should be no problem. It's just that the kid disappeared after kicking him, and I don't know where he rushed to at this moment. Tobirama Senju used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport Hashirama Senju and Hiruzen Sarutobi over as well. Monkey, go deal with Shimura Danzo, and leave Uchiha Madara to me and my brother. Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to say something when he heard a crackling sound. Cracks began to appear on the surface of the original white ball, and the next moment, the entire white ball instantly split apart, and countless white crystal fragments flew away. 6 Paths Danzo, officially debut. Chapter 57. Danzo had just broken out of his shell, and the first man he saw when he opened his eyes was the reincarnated Sarutobi Hiruzen, an old man who was hunched over even though he was wearing the Hokage's divine robe. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face full of cracks, and a trace of heartache flashed through his heart, and he resented Kanna who killed Sarutobi Hiruzen even more. In Danzo's heart, Sarutobi Hiruzen could die, but he had to die under his arrangement, not others. At this time, Senju Tobirama, who had planned to deal with Uchiha Madara with his brother, was also driven back by Senju Hashirama. Senju Hashirama didn't say the reason why he dared to run away, but Senju Tobirama knew it very well in his heart. It was nothing more than asking him, a big light bulb, not to hinder the two from cultivating their relationship. At this time, Senju Tobirama was looking unhappy, and he looked up and saw the majestic six paths Danzo and became even more unhappy. Danzo, it's not too late for you to stop now. However, Danzo didn't even bother to look at his teacher. After all, he has now reached a higher level of life. His eyes were still fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, I didn't expect you to be the first one to come. Are you here to stop me too? Senju Tobirama frowned, feeling a little embarrassed. Danzo, this traitor, actually dared to ignore his teacher. It seems that he must feel the teacher's majesty. Thinking of this, Senju Tobirama took out the flying thunder god Kunao and shot it at Danzo, but Danzo just tilted his head slightly and dodged it. The next second, Senju Tobirama appeared behind Danzo. Flying thunder god slash. Danzo smiled contemptuously, held the sword that Senju Tobirama stabbed with his left hand, and transformed a yin-yang escape black stick in his right hand and stabbed it directly at the opponent's head. Just as the black stick was about to pierce Senju Tobirama's head, Senju Tobirama smiled contemptuously at the corner of his mouth and disappeared again. Flying Thunder God second stage. However, Danzo said that he could fully react to Flying Thunder God second stage now. The next second, Senju Tobirama was nailed to the ground by several yin-yang release black rods. Danzo landed in front of Senju Tobirama, looked down at the teacher he once feared, and said indifferently, "Teacher Tobirama, your moves are no longer useful to me now." Tobirama looked up at Danzo. It seems that the decision to let Hiruzen become Hokage was not wrong. Danzo, you are on the wrong path. Danzo clenched his fists. Even though he had reached the level of the six paths, he was still angry at what Senju Tobirama said. Being Hokage has always been his dream, and he also thinks that letting him be Hokage is the most suitable choice, and Sarutobi Hiruzen is not qualified to be Hokage at all. At most he can only be the man behind the Hokage. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Danzo took out another yin-yang release black rod and nailed it to Senju Tobirama's head without mercy. Senju Tobirama always felt that this scene was a little familiar. Teacher Tobirama, you are wrong. When you asked us to stay behind, I was the first one who wanted to stand up and cover the rear. Danzo looked at Senju Tobirama with a sidelong glance, and there was no emotion in his tone. At that time, I just suffered a loss because of my slow reaction. Senju Tobirama was so angry that he laughed, and spit out a senbon at Danzo. Danzo blocked the senbon with the yin-yang release black stick, and then nailed it on Senju Tobirama's head with his backhand. Senju Tobirama became a cockroach Tobirama again after the last time. Danzo smiled contemptuously again. Teacher Tobirama, I wanted to do this to you a long time ago. Senju Tobirama. At this moment, the cockroach Tobirama felt unprecedented humiliation. It was okay to be nailed 2 nails on his head by the 5th Hokage. Now even the traitor he looked down on in the past dared to do this. What did he think his head was? A wooden stake? Whoever wants to nail 2 nails, come and nail 2 nails. However, Danzo thought that this was not enough, and even stepped on his head, just to avenge Senju Tobirama for not letting him become Hokage. Stop, Danzo, that's Tobirama-sensei. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little anxious, staring at the majestic six paths Danzo. First, move your feet away from the teacher's head. At this time, Danzo's appearance changed drastically, with horns on his head, long white hair fluttering in the wind, wearing a six paths ritual robe, and six ball-shaped jades hanging behind him. Boom! Danzo stepped on the cockroach Tobirama's head and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, you should know that I am different from before, right? Danzo. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could answer, the voice of Senju Tobirama came from under his feet. Not to mention Sarutobi Hiruzen, even Danzo was startled by the voice, and when he reacted, he was furious. You can still speak even without a head, then I will turn you into ashes. After saying this, Danzo control lead a ball shot at Senju Tobirama's body and then exploded directly. Boom! Senju Tobirama's impure body was directly blown into pieces, but he did not die, but he could not condense his body again, which was very fucked. Oh, that guy's apprentice is not bad. Uchiha Madara, who was fighting with Senju Hashirama in the distance, saw this scene and almost laughed out loud. Senju Hashirama looked at this scene stupidly, wondering what kind of apprentices Tobirama taught. This is too cruel. Teacher Tobirama! Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, and rushed towards Danzo while making a seal. Kanna-chan said that Danzo should not attack him, and he wanted to take this opportunity to use the Shiki Fusion to see if he could take Danzo away in one wave. Danzo's eyes slightly raised, and his eyes fell on Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand that was making a seal, knowing that he was making the Shiki Fusion seal. He immediately ignored the friendship between the two and controlled all the ball beads to shoot at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom boom boom! After a series of explosions, Sarutobi Hiruzen's body was blown to pieces, leaving only a head that was blown up into the sky. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen's head was thinking, this is not right, why is it different from what Kanna-chan said? Didn't he say that Danzo liked him and would not do anything to him? In fact, Danzo still showed mercy, at least he left him a head, otherwise his fate could be compared to Senju Tobirama. The next moment, Danzo's body suddenly disappeared, so fast that people could not see his movement trajectory. So fast! Before Sarutobi Hiruzen's head could react, he was held in Danzo's hand. Hiruzen, I told you that you will regret it. Even though Sarutobi Hiruzen only had a head left, he still answered reflexively, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Danzo turned around reflexively, and then froze. Where is the door? No, now it's not a question of whether it's a door or not, but he is already the six paths Danzo, damn it, who cares if you are the Hokage or not? Thinking of this, Danzo glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen's head fiercely, then put his head on his waist and cast his eyes on the ninja coalition again. So, all the rabble present, where is Kanna-chan now? Chapter 58. Although the six paths Danzo was very arrogant, he still couldn't do a sweep. Even if the impure world Hashirama was held back by the impure world Madara, the Ninja Alliance still had the four cages, impure world Minato, Kakashi, Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, and others. At the same time, there was a group of Ninja Alliance responsible for helping and shouting encouragement from a distance. So the war was still in a 50-50 state. On the other side, the Akatsuki base. After Kanna kicked out that little fat dragon flying kick, she returned here. At this moment, Kanna gave each employee a resurrection quota. Nagato naturally chose Yahiko, and Konan was a bit weird and actually chose a dog. Kanna was stunned when she heard it, and asked the Yakushi Kabuto beside her with some curiosity, Kabuto, can the impure world reincarnation revive a dog? Yakushi Kabuto pushed his glasses, of course you can. Jiraiya's quota is Namikaze Minato, but he also wants to revive Uzumaki Kushina and Naruto. So he stared at Konan indignantly. Konan, you would rather revive a dog than sell me the quota. However, Konan said that she, Yahiko, Nagato, and the dog were the companions who shared hardships, so they would naturally not give up the quota. With no other choice, Jiraiya found Kakuzu. Kakuzu, I have a total of 250 million ryo. Kakuzu's green eyes lit up. Deal. Then he found Haiden. Haiden, learn about the summoning toads in Myaboko Mountain. Haiden narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiraiya. Are you stupid? What do I need your summoning toad for? Jiraiya persuaded. Of course it helps you fight. Haiden, don't underestimate the toads in Myaboko Mountain. Many of them are even as powerful as Cage. Haiden didn't need toads to help him fight, but his brain circuits were always different from ordinary people. He thought that in addition to fighting, the toads also had a very strong reproductive ability, and even if he sacrificed one to the evil god every day, he couldn't finish the sacrifice. Thinking of this, Feijuan stretched out his right hand. Jiraiya, happy cooperation. Jiraiya was relieved, and readily gave Kakuzu the bank book with all his savings, and gave Feijuan the summoning scroll of Myaboko Mountain to sign and fingerprint. The Red Sand Scorpion wanted to revive his parents, but he only had one quota, so he came to Deidara and said awkwardly, Deidara, I also think art is explosion. Deidara. Uchiha Itachi was not very willing to revive his parents, so he found Kanna and said that he wanted to revive Shisui. Kanna blinked her eyes. If Shisui was resurrected, then the resurrected Shisui and the Mangeki would disappear, so it would be better to revive Fugaku. Itachi, your father gave it to you for free, why don't you revive your father? That's their choice. Uchiha Itachi's feelings for his parents were just like that. In his heart, the most important thing was Sasuke, then Konoha, and finally Shisui. The others didn't matter. Okay, I have another task for you. Use Kota Amatsukami to control Cho and let her perform the reincarnation to help me save someone. Uchiha Itachi nodded and didn't say much. The girl that Kisame wants to revive is a girl from the Hidden Mist village who was killed by him. She is very weak, but she likes to eat caviar and is deeply loved by Kisame. Kanna finally made a summary. Listen carefully, everyone who is resurrected by the reincarnation this time will be a member of the Akatsuki organization and must obey the orders of me, the leader. Kanna said here, and seemed to think of something, looking at Konan, including the dog you want to revive. Konan. Naturally, no one dared to object, and Kanna nodded with satisfaction. Yakushi Kabuto, you first resurrect the people on the list, I will go to the battlefield to help Danzo quit the Six Paths addiction. Yes, Lord Kanna. On the other side, on the battlefield of the Ninja Coalition. The seventh gate, the Jingmen, open. A burst of blue chakra burst out from Might Guy's body, and he raised his hand and punched in the direction of Danzo, Day Tiger. A tiger formed by compressed air attacked Danzo. Danzo looked disdainful, raised his hand and a barrier made of a fairway jade blocked in front. Andy Lau hit the fairway jade barrier, but not even a ripple could be raised. Humph! The 8 gates of ninja are just like this, and everyone under the 6 paths is an ant. Danzo looked at everyone present and slowly closed his palms, but there is no need to waste your chakra. Swish swish swish! Just when Danzo was about to plunder the chakra of the people of the Ninja Alliance, 8 flying thunder god Kunao attacked him. Danzo frowned, gave up the moves he had planned, and began to be on guard. In fact, this is just a habit, because with Theon Danzo's current body, even if Minato Namikaze stood and let him hit him, the opponent couldn't even break his defense without turning on the Sage mode. That's why he fought for so long, he was too afraid of death. Even if a genin threw a stone at him, he would probably use the fairway jade barrier to defend. 8 stars and 8 swords, fairy flower 1000-year killing kunao explosion technique. Minato Namikaze coordinated with 8 flying thunder god kunao to weave back and forth around Danzo. Ding ding ding. Minato Namikaze's speed is naturally needless to say. The previous attacks were all defended by Danzo, but in order to protect Sarutobi's head on his waist, he still couldn't defend the last blow. Puff! Minato Namikaze used a kunao with a detonating tag to stab Danzo there, and the next second he returned to Kakashi and others, showing a sunny smile, "Get ready to explode." Boom! There was an explosion like steel cracking behind Danzo, and bursts of black smoke came out of Konoha's hips. However, Danzo found that nothing seemed to happen to him, and he even felt a little unobstructed. The dead head of Sarutobi pinned on his waist looked at the smoking buttocks and couldn't help but sigh, "Is this the defense of the legendary Six-Path Sage?" Danzo found that Minato Namikaze was just like that, so he cast his eyes on Orochimaru. He had already thought that when he became the Six-Path Sage, the first person he would kill was this stinky snake. Orochimaru frowned. "Danzo, you don't want to cross the river and destroy the bridge." "Humph! Orochimaru, I told you that you will regret it." Danzo was familiar with crossing the river and destroying the bridge, and controlled a fairway jade to quickly shoot at Orochimaru. Orochimaru knew that it would be difficult for him to dodge, and secretly cursed the damned Shimura Danzo, but he was no match for Danzo at all. At this moment, a lightning bolt rushed towards the fairway jade in the distance, and a small foot stretched out of the lightning. Little fatty dragon flying kick. The little feet suddenly kicked back the ball that was shot at Orochimaru, and the ball kicked back directly pierced Danzo's stomach. The person who came was Connor. He turned back to look at Orochimaru and showed a hearty smile. "Hey, Uncle Snake, are you okay?" "Lord Kanna, I'm fine." Orochimaru responded with a faint smile. He seemed to find that in the entire Akatsuki organization, Kanna seemed to value him particularly. Chapter 59. Kanna didn't want to come out so soon. After all, she still had to wait for the impure world reincarnation that needed to be resurrected, but Danzo didn't know what was wrong with him and actually attacked Orochimaru. He looked at Danzo and found that the body of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki could actually repair the damage of the ball track ball, which was much better than the impure world reincarnation. However, when he looked at Danzo's waist, he was really dumbfounded. Why did this guy put a human head on his waist? This is too perverted. Uchiha Madara saw that Kanna could actually kick the ball track ball away with one foot, and his eyes became subtle. Although he was confident that after becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, his strength was at least several times that of Danzo, but it seemed that it was not enough to deal with Kanna. Uchiha Madara's knowledge was naturally not comparable to Danzo. Although he didn't see where Kanna's limit was, he roughly understood where the limit of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was. Senju Hashirama saw that Uchiha Madara suddenly stopped, and couldn't help but be curious. "Madara, don't stop, let's continue." "Hashira, wait." Hashirama Senju was stunned. Why did he feel like he was being turned against the sky at this moment? Uchiha Madara looked solemn. He called out Black Zetsu and pointed in the direction of Kanna. "Black Zetsu, what's going on with that monster?" "Kanna Kamui." Black Zetsu glanced in the direction of Kanna. At this time, Kanna did not pursue the victory, but seemed to be stalling for time. As for Six Paths Danzo, well, since this guy was hit by the ball dart that was kicked back once, he tried to escape several times but was beaten back by Kanna. Anyway, he would not kill you or let you escape, so he just delayed. Black Zetsu's brain was working fast, and he glanced at Uchiha Madara with a veiled sidelong glance. Don't worry, Madara-sama. Kanna-chan's goal is also the Moon Eye project. She has no chakra, so the Moon Eye project naturally falls on you, Madara-sama. And she doesn't have the Samsara Eye. As long as the Moon Eye is open, she can only fall into the beautiful dream edited by the Moon Eye for her. Oh, really? Uchiha Madara stared at Black Zetsu. If he hadn't believed that Black Zetsu was his will, he would have judged that Black Zetsu had betrayed him. He said something that didn't make sense. The Moon Eye can be used by Danzo now, so why must I come? Because Kan-Akamu wants we need to use Danzo to use the reincarnation technique to revive some people. Black Zetsu pointed in the direction of Danzo. Master Madara, you have also discovered that Kanna-chan is stalling for time. She needs to wait for the people who need to be resurrected to be reincarnated before she can really do it. Uchiha Madara stared at Black Zetsu and asked in a cold tone, Black Zetsu, are you really my will? Of course, Master Madara, there is no need to doubt this. Black Zetsu was panicking inside, but pretended to be calm on the surface. The main reason was that he and Kanna did not collude in advance, so his words were a bit inconsistent. The opposite side, Senju Hashirama, seemed to be a little impatient and asked, Hey! Madara, what is the Moon Eye plan you are talking about? Senju Hashirama, the S-level rebel ninja of Konoha, shut up. Before Uchiha Madara could answer, Black Zetsu took the lead in getting angry. While Uchiha Madara was confused, Black Zetsu actually came directly in front of Senju Hashirama and poked his chest with his fingers. If it weren't for your stupidity and not agreeing with Madara-sama's ideas, there wouldn't have been the next few ninja world wars. Hearing this, Senju Hashirama remembered what Kanna had said to him. He lowered his head involuntarily, even though he was full of energy. I'm sorry. You didn't say that to me, you said it to Madara-sama. Senju Hashirama nodded and bowed in front of Uchiha Madara. Madara, I'm sorry, I was narrow-minded back then, I should have agreed with your ideas and unified the ninja world with you. Wait, my mind is a bit confused now. At this moment, Uchiha Madara was very confused, he even wondered if he had fallen into the infinite moon reading. However, at this time, Black Zetsu's voice rang out again, Speak louder, Madara-sama can't hear you. Senju Hashirama obediently shouted loudly, Madara, I'm sorry. Uchiha Madara. At this time, Madara began to doubt his life. He looked at Black Zetsu stupidly, wondering when his will became more powerful than his own, and wasn't Hashirama the first generation Hokage? How did he become a traitor to Konoha? Is he really in the infinite moon reading world? Black Zetsu, when did Hashirama become a traitor to Konoha? Oh, this was announced by the fifth Hokage. It is believed that Senju Hashirama distributed tailed beasts to other countries. In the three ninja world wars, at least more than 1 million people of the Land of Fire died from these tailed beasts. The fifth Hokage believed that these people were killed by Hashirama Senju, so he removed his Hokage rock statue and listed them as traitors of Konoha village. Uchiha Madara was thoughtful after listening to this, and felt that this understanding was correct. Black Zetsu wanted to quickly divert Uchiha Madara's attention at this moment, and said again, By the way, Madara-sama, Tobirama Senju has also been listed as an S-level traitor of Konoha. Oh, what is the crime of that guy? Hearing that the person he hated the most was listed as an S-level traitor, Uchiha Madara also became interested. Black Zetsu replied sinisterly, The crime announced by Konoha village to the public is the evil-born Tobirama Senju. Ha ha ha. Not bad, not bad. Uchiha Madara heard such exciting news, and he couldn't help but transform into the Uchiha 4 laughing heroes. Then Black Zetsu told him about the third and fourth Hokage. For example, the third Hokage was an undercover sent by the Hidden Cloud Village, and the fourth Hokage was born with a yellow-haired holy body. Uchiha Madara didn't have much interest in the third and fourth Hokage, but still asked, "Black Zetsu, what do you mean by the born yellow-haired holy body you mentioned? I'm not sure about this." Black Zetsu scratched his head, as if he had heard Kanna mention it to him, so he replied, "It seems to be related to the Minotaur." "Is the Minotaur the Eight Tails Jinchuriki?" "No, the fourth Hokage is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki." Uchiha Madara was a little confused. How could the Nine Tails Jinchuriki be related to the Minotaur? Minato Namikaze also heard what Black Zetsu said. He also wanted to know what the hell was the born yellow-haired holy body. At this moment, the entire battlefield became very subtle. Hashirama Senju was in a low mood, Uchiha Madara was doubting his life, Hiruzen Sarutobi was pinned on Danzo's waist, and Tobirama Senju turned into Lucy and floated everywhere. Kanna was looking at Danzo, and the extras of the Ninja Alliance did not dare to make a sound. Time passed little by little until a group of people who were reincarnated came over. Including the reincarnated Yahiko, Shisui, Nawaki, Scorpion Dad, and Scorpion Mom, the girl from the Hidden Mist Village, the dog. Kanna looked at these reincarnated people and said lightly, "From now on, you will be my subordinates." Subordinates cannot talk back to their superiors. Do you understand? Got it, Lord Kanna. Everyone nodded in response, except for one dog. Kanna flashed in front of Yahiko and snatched the reincarnated puppy from his arms. "Wangkei, do you also want to betray the will of fire?" "Puppy, woof woof woof." "Pa." Kanna was not polite and gave it a big dick. "Speak human language, I don't understand." Puppy. Chapter 60. After teaching the puppy who betrayed the will of fire a lesson, Kanna looked at Danzo opposite again and raised her fist. Then, "Born evil Shimura Danzo, it seems that it's time to give you a break from the Six Paths addiction." Danzo was very unwilling at this moment. He was bullied by Kanna when he was the leader of the root, and he was bullied by Kanna when he transplanted the Samsara eye. Now that he has become the sage of the Six Paths, he is still bullied. Do you want to bully people like this? Do you really think that Danzo is made of mud? The head of Sarutobi Hiruzen on his waist sighed slightly. "Danzo, stop it, you are not Kanna Kamui's opponent." "Shut up Sarutobi, I am the Ten Tails Jinchuriki." After Danzo angrily scolded Sarutobi Hiruzen's dead head, he looked at Kanna, and his previous cowardice gradually faded, and his expression became more serious. "Kanna-kamui, I will fight you." Danzo manipulated a ball jade into a spear and shot it at Kanna. The spear was very fast, but Kanna's little hand turned into a dragon claw, caught the spear, and then threw it back at a faster speed. Puff! Danzo looked down at his waist that had been pierced by the spear. He could not imagine that there was such a powerful monster in the world. He was already at the sixth path level, but he had no power to fight back in front of Kanna, and he couldn't even run away. As if thinking of something, Danzo glared at Orochimaru fiercely. "Orochimaru, you cheated me." "How can you say that, Danzo?" Orochimaru spread his hands. "I did help you improve to surpass the first generation of Hokage." "Oh, no, I did help you improve to surpass the strength of the S-level rebel ninja Senju Hashirama of Konoha. How can you say that I cheated you?" "Senju Hashirama." Danzo was silent. It seemed that Orochimaru was not wrong to say that, but no matter how he improved his strength, he was still bullied by Kanna. Black Zetsu was also silent. He felt that he was cheated by Kanna. With his knowledge, it was not difficult to imagine what kind of situation his mother would be in against Kanna Kamui. It was estimated that it would not be much better than Danzo. This is what the fortune teller said. Can my mother fight a hardy battle with Kanna at this moment? Black Zetsu hated the fortune teller he had never met to the extreme. This was simply cheating his mother. Just as Black Zetsu was daydreaming, Uchiha Madara asked him uncertainly, Black Zetsu, are you sure that Kanna Kamui is a supporter of the Moon Eye project? Ah, yes, Madara-sama. Black Zetsu was a little uninterested. He didn't want to rescue his mother so quickly at the moment. Maybe he could wait until 100 years later, when Kanna Kamui died of old age, and then he would find a way to save his mother. On the other side, Kanna suddenly disappeared, and the next second Danzo was punched to the ground. Boom! The ground was like a flying kick from the space by the real evil god, which smashed the ground and cracked the earth's crust. Danzo didn't know how deep he was smashed. Everyone present was stunned. Didn't they say that Danzo had become the second six-path sage? Why was he beaten so badly? Is the six-path sage too weak, or is Kanna too strong? Especially the other four Kage present, they were invited by Kanna to come to attack Shimura Danzo. As a result, Danzo was completely powerless in front of Kanna. They even suspected that Danzo's ability to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki was also part of Kanna's conspiracy. Danzo floated up again, and then turned around and fled in the opposite direction of Kanna without saying a word. Kanna turned into a half-dragon, flapped her wings behind her, caught up with Danzo at a speed of 30 times the speed of sound, and strangled his neck. Kanna was like a god, her light blue pupils staring at Danzo's samsara eye. Danzo, why do you have to run away? This is the fate I arranged for you. Kanna Kamui, what is your purpose? It was not Danzo who spoke, but a dead head pinned to Danzo's waist. Kanna looked down at Sarutobi Hiruzen's dead head, and seemed to think of something interesting. If Black Zetsu possesses Danzo and performs the Samsara-born technique, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's name is added, can Sarutobi Hiruzen, who is left with only a dead head, survive like Haiden with only a head? Kanna became more and more curious, so he decided to let Black Zetsu help him do this experiment. Thinking of this, Kanna began to get impatient. I'm sorry, Danzo, because I don't have chakra, I can only use a rough method to extract the 10 tails from your body. Danzo was locked by Kanna's neck and couldn't speak. Kanna, in the spirit of humanitarianism, loosened the dragon claws that pinched Danzo a little bit, let Danzo finish his last words. In fact, with Kanna's strength, there is no need to transform into a dragon claw, but his fingers are too short. The reason for transforming into a dragon claw is just to make it easier to crush other people's heads. For example, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Asuma, the fourth Raikage. Kanna Kamui, I want you to die. Is this your last words? Kanna was speechless. She kindly gave him the opportunity to say his last words. It would be fine if the other party was not grateful, but he actually wanted him to die. How inhumane! I'm sorry, I can't do it. After Kanna finished speaking, she punched Danzo with her fists, but she didn't dare to use too much force, lest she accidentally killed the other party. Bang 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 bang! There was no sound on the battlefield except the sound of Kanna's fists hitting Danzo. Danzo was miserable at the moment. He even envied Udaten Koharu and Midaman N. If he hadn't escaped from Konoha, would he have died peacefully like them? Every time Kanna punched him, his internal organs began to shift and severe pain swept through his body. Not long after, the chakra of the nine-tailed beasts came out of Danzo's body and reappeared in physical form after falling to the ground. After losing the tailed beasts, Danzo almost lost all his power and slowly degenerated from Six Paths Danzo to ordinary Danzo. The Six Paths experience card has been used up. Okay Danzo, go and play your last value. Kanna threw Danzo to Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu, add Sarutobi Hiruzen to the resurrection list. Yes, Lord Kanna. Black Zetsu immediately possessed Danzo and prepared to perform the reincarnation technique. It's just that Uchiha Madara's eyes were a little subtle at this time. Black Zetsu's call of Master Kanna was a bit of a sycophant. Is this guy really his own will with Uchiha Madara's magnanimity? Even if the opponent can crush him, he will die at most, and it is impossible for him to speak in such a sycophantic tone. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little moved at first when he heard that he was on the resurrection list, thinking that Kanna was a good comrade who believed in the will of fire, but he soon realized that it was not right. He was now just a deadhead. Even if he was resurrected, he would die immediately. What's the point? After thinking this through, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly refused. Go to Jim, I am already a remnant of the old era, so there is no need to resurrect me. Kanna looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's dead head in surprise, wondering if this old guy was out of place. Vote, in the next world, the old thief Kishimoto sails, the protagonist is still Kanna-chan's template, creating a new navy, 3 admirals, Kaguya codenamed Blue Chicken, Uchiha Madara codenamed Red Cat, Senju Hashirama codenamed Yellow. Lieutenant General Akatsuki Organization, ordinary Marines don't eat, drink, or rest, and there are 100,000 white Zetsu. Thanks for tuning in. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe and share your thoughts. Until next time, happy listening.